It'll be great. And I believe I have to give Toby a countdown from 10. Okay. Yes, please do.
I'll answer to my full capabilities.
That's all I need.
I feel like I'm in like a...
Move my mic over this way. Like this? No? That one. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys. Hello.
Is this good? Can you hear us? Yes? Better? As soon as Colleen stops struggling. You go.
Hey.
Good? Me too? Okay, perfect.
Wow.
Alright, so it looks like our station is ready. Just gotta make sure our other tags are ready.
Well, I'm trying to get this working. That will be fine.
Oh.
Because like Toby's flipping out.
I think Toby's just doing his job. Yeah. Top of the hour, countdown to 10. Cool. Dina, are you doing okay over there? You ready? Okay, perfect.
Can't believe you have Dr. Self-Spoke.
Oh, I know.
Did he like give it to you or did you buy it?
Yeah, I stopped in his office to buy it. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Starting at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're listening to election coverage on 88.7 KTRM Kirksville. Today I'm sitting down with Colleen O'Reilly, and we are going to talk about some political involvement on campus, as well as some political experience she has. So Colleen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
I am a senior political science and communication student at Truman State, obviously. I've been involved with politics just through my majors, I guess, but also like through student government. I was a member for 3 years, and I'm not currently a member. And then I've just been able to follow politics. I feel very strongly. Yeah.
Yeah, you're very engaged in the political
yes.
world. And tonight my name is Ellen Wells, and I will be interviewing her. So let's start off with student government. So studying political communication and being on StuGov during these past few years, it seems like you've got a pretty good perspective on what political engagement looks like at Truman. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I think that I have a pretty good idea.
Mm-hmm. So how receptive is the student body to political engagement?
I think that there are a lot of students that have a lot of political experience and feel very strongly, and I think that there are also a lot of students who could not care less about politics. And I think that that's just like, that's also the population at large. Like, that's not something that's unique to Truman, right? But I think that, like, when I've been involved with college Democrats, like, I know that there are a lot of people that feel very strongly about like the Democratic Party, but then like don't come to college Democrat meetings. And so there's like, I don't think that there's a lack of political engagement on campus, because I know like a lot of people showed up to vote today, which was really awesome. Like, I kept seeing people that like had their I voted sticker on and were like, yeah, I like did my part today. But I do think that like engagement outside of voting is like difficult for a lot of college students, just because of like, you know, you're in a college town, and a lot of the time you don't re-register in your college town. Like, a lot of people will have to request absentee ballots or go back home to vote in person early. And so I think that a lot of people struggle to find a way to make their voice heard outside of voting. But yeah, I think there are quite a few students on campus that are engaged.
Yeah, I would say in my own personal experience, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of advertisements on certain issues, but I have most certainly seen a lot of club advertisements.
Yes, I would agree.
Have you encountered the college Republicans at all? I know you talked about the Democrats.
Yeah, I have not been to any college Republican meetings. I don't align with that party, but I, like, through my political science classes have engaged with a lot of their members, and so it's generally been, like, very good conversations, and I always enjoy, like, being able to hear different perspectives, even if I don't necessarily agree with them. It's nice to at least know what other people think, and I think that Truman is a good place for that. Yeah.
How often would you say that you talk with the Democrats and Republicans here on campus? For classes.
Like for classes, I mean, I'm in an elections class this semester where I have the vice president of the Democrat club that sits like 2 seats away from me, and the president of the Republican club that sits like 2 rows behind me. So
wow.
I would say that we probably engage quite a bit, but not necessarily like outside of class or like in an informal setting.
Right. That is very convenient to have an
yes,
election
it
class
definitely
this semester. So I know you mentioned that you saw a lot of people voting on campus today. That's terrific.
Yeah.
How many of your own friends have voted today?
I would hope all of them. I like a lot of my friends that I don't talk to on a regular basis. Like one of the girls, I play ultimate frisbee here on campus, and one of the girls that's on our team, she like was struggling to go home and vote. She like she was going home to vote, and she got in a car crash, and like before she went home to vote, and so. She was like, I have no idea like how I'm supposed to vote before like polls close, because this was my last chance. And so that happened I think at some point last week. But she texted me today and she was like, I just wanted to let you know, like, I did vote today. And I was like, oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad to hear that. But yeah, it's like I was talking about earlier, like for college students it can be really hard because, you know, you don't always know where your election authority is and like how to find the information, and do I re-register if I live in the dorms, like is it worth the hassle if I'm going to be moving next year anyways, and like all that stuff. So
yeah, what are some of the voting tendencies among students? Are a lot of them mail-in absentee ballots, or do they go vote in person?
I think it's mixed. I think that I have friends that have voted absentee. My sister voted absentee mail-in. I went home and voted over midterm break. One of my friends also voted today, like in person in Kirksville, and then I also know people that have like driven home today to go vote. So I think that it's whatever you know and you feel comfortable with is what I think a lot of people have done. And so like I go home and vote early, like on a weekend, not on a weekend because polls aren't open on the weekends besides this past weekend. But I go home like over midterm break and vote early because that's what I've done in like previous elections. And so I know like I just roll up to my county courthouse and say, hey, I need a ballot and I'm a college student and that's my excuse for not being here on election day. And they're like, we got you, girl, don't even worry about it. So that's something that I like is super easy for me. I know for my sister, like she went to school out of state for a couple of years, and so like she was familiar with doing the mail-in ballot process, and so that's just what she does. And so I'm like, there are different ways that work for different people, so it works.
Yeah, having a lot of experience between student government and just like your own personal experiences on campus, what does voter turnout look like for universities, specifically for student government, and how does that compare to voter turnout for federal elections?
Student government has like the entire time that I was on the body, we struggled to like get a lot of people to show out in elections, and I think that that's also because like our highest like office, like the president and vice president of student government, were not contested positions the entire time that I was on the body. And so I think a lot of people like just were like, well, I don't really have a stake in it, like it doesn't really matter. And so I think that I could totally be remembering this wrong, but I think that we had like around 400 or 500 students that voted each election. And any time that we went above that, we were like, yeah, this is really good. Like, we're getting more people to show up. This is awesome. And then compared to like people voting in federal elections, I feel like a lot more people vote in federal elections on campus.
Surely.
Yeah, I would certainly hope so. I certainly hope that more than 400 people have voted in the federal election. That would be crazy if not.
Right.
But yeah, I think that it's just the like how much are people talking about it. Obviously a lot of people have been talking about like the federal election this cycle. I think that like with student government, like we get in our silo when we're in student government and we're we're talking to the same people. All of my friends know to vote in this election, and maybe not the people that are in like the nursing school. It's more political science people that are doing it and all that sort of stuff. So, and I could like, obviously I'm a political science and communication student, and so like the people that I surround myself with are like pretty politically savvy and pretty active in the political community. So maybe nobody outside of them voted. I would certainly hope not, but that could be the case. I think we get into our little bubbles a lot, which can be difficult.
Yeah, we'll hope that's not true.
Yes.
You also had a very unique experience of going to see the Iowa caucus back in January. Could you tell me a little bit about that experience and what that atmosphere was like?
Yeah, it was really interesting. It like snowed a whole lot in Kirksville the day that we were supposed to leave, and so we delayed leaving one day and went up. It was like the drive took like 2 times longer because we were like, we need to go on like the main interstates so that we don't run into the chances of maybe like the car stopping in the middle of the highway or something. So that was really interesting, but also like the political environment was so cool. Like I literally sat like in a school cafeteria with like 10 other people, and like we had somebody from Ron DeSantis's campaign that came in, like somebody from Florida came into that school cafeteria and was like, I'm speaking on behalf of Ron DeSantis, and there was like another person that was just some random guy that had showed up and was like, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Nikki Haley, and like there were people that spoke on behalf of Trump, obviously, and so it was really interesting to see people engaging in like a conversation about politics when they were making their decisions. Like that's just not something that I think happens outside of the caucus setting. Like obviously people like go into their ballot box station and they're like, okay, I'm here to cast my ballot, I'm doing it in secret, the secret ballot is awesome, but then like they don't necessarily talk about their decision or like why they're voting or how they're voting with other people. And they don't, like a lot of people don't try to persuade other people to vote for Kamala Harris or to vote for Donald Trump. They're just like, this is my vote and that's the only thing that matters. But when you go to a caucus setting, like the people that show up are the people that care about their party, they care about like the future of their party and how they want to move forward, and obviously the candidate is a reflection of like the values that they want to see. So it's really interesting to see like the arguments that people make of this is why Ron DeSantis would be the best choice. This is the reason why Nikki Haley should be the Republican nominee, and this is why Donald Trump should be the Republican nominee. And I think there were a few first-time caucus goers as well, outside of me, obviously, but people that actually voted in the process. And so it was really interesting to see like their perspectives as well. It was a really, really awesome experience. I'm so glad I went.
So it sounds like a caucus is promoting challenging ideas.
Yes.
Essentially. That's lovely.
It's really cool.
I think we need more of that. What were some key takeaways you had from the experience, and did you use those takeaways to promote civic engagement for either yourself, your peers, or on Truman State?
That is a really awesome question. I like the takeaways that I took from it, I think are like normal people care about politics and have opinions and like reasoning that matters outside of just like talking heads on TV or like super partisan people. Like normal people care about what happens in an election, and like there are issues that matter to people that are going to sway the outcome, and those are the reasons why they were like, this is why I'm voting for Nikki Haley in this caucus, or this is why I'm voting for Ron DeSantis, or this is why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Like there are different reasons that candidates cater to, and like obviously I've seen that through the different classes that I've been in, but it was really cool to see it applied as well to different people that were like, this is the reason, and like this is what I deem the most important, and this is why I'm speaking on behalf of this candidate, and why I'm trying to convince you, like you should agree that this is a super important issue. So yeah, that was really awesome. I think as far as like promoting civic engagement and all that sort of stuff, it definitely inspired me. I found it like such a cool experience. Just to participate in something like the Iowa caucuses, I think are very famous among politically savvy people and also outside of politically savvy people. And so it was really cool to like get to go there and like all that sort of stuff. And then like I definitely noticed like my classmates, I think a lot of them took the class because like our friends were taking it or because like we really liked the professor, but it was cool to see people like become more engaged with the candidates and understand like the platforms that they were running on and the differences between like these niches of why is Ron DeSantis a front-leading candidate in the Republican Party, or Nikki Haley or Donald Trump. Like, what are the differences? Even though you're running within the same party, like, you're still running against other people that are in that party. So how does your message differ? It was really, really interesting. Yeah.
That's very cool to participate in.
Yes.
I can imagine. Yeah, that's so wonderful. I'm glad that we got to talk about your experience on student government and your experience at the Iowa caucus. I did want to take the opportunity to talk about Amendment 3 tonight. You know, we don't have many women on tonight's schedule, which is why I would like to take the opportunity to talk about such a pressing issue, which is on a lot of women's minds during this election.
Yeah.
So firstly, one of the things I noticed is that Adair County specifically has a lot of signage out right now. And with Kirksville being in a rural area, there are lots of signs displayed expressing that women and families should vote no on Amendment 3. Have you also seen these signs?
Yeah. As I'm going through town, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. So these signs often say phrases like protect women, girls, and families. As a woman who would be directly impacted by these ideas, do you believe that voting no would protect girls, women, and families?
I think that a lot of the people who put those signs out, like obviously the people that put those signs out believe that that is true.
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe that that is true. We have seen, like, throughout the country with abortion bans becoming normal, we have seen women dying because they are not receiving the care that they need. And I think that, like, I grew up Catholic, and I still consider myself Catholic, and so it's very difficult to, like, hear the people that I've looked up to my entire life be like, this is a law that, like, we need to make sure doesn't pass. Like, this is something that we feel very strongly about voting no for. And I feel very strongly about voting yes for Amendment 3, because I know, like, a lot of my friends who, like, if they got pregnant, they would need an abortion. Like, that's just it's out of the question for them to have a baby. And I think that it's also, like, it's such a difficult question. I think a lot of people have internal turmoil over it. I think that it's not something that's a very easy decision for a lot of people. I feel very strongly that a vote yes on Amendment 3 protects women, children, more than a vote no on Amendment 3 does. And that's because, like, if a child is raped by her father, or if a child is raped by her school teacher, or if a child is sexually assaulted by the neighbor that she plays with because her parents allow her to go outside like a normal family does, like, she has options and she doesn't have to carry that baby to term when she's 13 years old and she's in middle school. And that's something that I think every person should have the ability to do. It's a medical procedure. It's something that every person should have the ability and the access for.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a very personal question.
Yeah.
And it varies from person to person, but I'm really glad that we got to hear your perspective on that tonight.
Yeah.
Since the reversal of Roe v. Wade, have you seen a shift in attitude or sense of security among your female peers towards reproductive rights?
I remember when the Dobbs decision came out, I was, like, so shocked by it because Roe v. Wade passed 6-3 in, like, 1973 or something, and then the Dobbs decision came out and it, like, completely reversed it. And when you have a 6-3, like, ruling on the Supreme Court, it's typically seen as something that's, like, pretty secure, because it's not 5-4, like, it's not like there's only a one-person margin that's, like, shifting. There's, like, multiple people that are saying, no, this is what we're doing, over the people that are saying, no, this is what, like, the other side, the opposing side, this is what we're doing. And so I was extremely shocked. I remember, like, talking to my family and being like, this is insane. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. I remember Missouri was, like, the first state in the country that had, like, their trigger law that went into effect, and it was my state senator that had, like, created that law and made it possible, and I worked with his son at the time, and I was like, this is insane. Like, this is absolutely insane. Yeah, so it was definitely, like, something where I was very close to the issue and the people that had, like, made the issue in Missouri possible, and it was awful. And then like as far as how it affected like me and like my female friends, we were all just so shocked. And I think like I remember coming back to school in the fall, and I remember like texting my friends as the decision came out and being like what do we do? Like I remember us asking each other like, do we go buy like birth control? Like I remember that was like a very common thing that people said was like, okay, now we have to like, everybody has to go buy Plan B because the next thing that they're going to take off of like our ability to do is access birth control. Yeah, it was insane.
I can't imagine the internal conflict.
Yeah.
Working for their son. How did you deal with that?
It was like, I worked with his son like at a hardware store, and so like I had seen his dad like come into the hardware store like multiple times. It was just like, we just didn't talk about it, you know, because I was like, this is just so crazy that this is happening, you know. I think I was really shocked, but I was also like, this is just not the right environment. Like, he knows what he believes. I'm not going to change his mind by like asking him like, why did your dad like put this law into effect, like all these sorts of things. And it wasn't just his dad that obviously like did the law. Like, it was the Missouri legislature and it was the Missouri governor that signed the law so that would go into effect, and it was the Supreme Court that made it possible for the law to go into effect. Like, it wasn't just one person, but at the time I was like, whoa, I know the guy that like sponsored this bill, and I know his son. That is so crazy. Yeah.
What a surreal experience. Well, I am just so glad that we got to hear all of that from you tonight. I don't have any further questions for you,
okay.
Unless you would like to tell our audience anything else tonight.
I don't think so. I mean, political participation definitely matters. It matters in every election. It doesn't just matter in federal elections. Obviously the Missouri legislature, like we were just talking about, is controlled by your votes as well as the presidency. When you're in Missouri, like, our state is pretty safely red, so your vote matters more in local elections than it does in presidential elections. So you should definitely make sure that you vote down ballot. You should vote for issues every time. You should educate yourself on everything that you're voting for. If you don't know, like, text somebody that does know, or go search what are the consequences of this law that I have no idea that it's supposed to do. Just make sure that you're informed. Make sure that you go into the booth and know what you're voting for, and if you don't know, like, you're not ready yet, but it's still better for you to vote than not vote.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, thank you, Elowen.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Oh, this was so fun.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Ooh, I need a
your voted sticker.
Oh, no, my sticker. Thank you.
Oh, that was crazy.
And thank you for being so brutally honest in your answers.
I think that my brain just wasn't actually forming responses, so I was like, this is crazy.
All of us need honesty.
Oh my god. I might just leave it right now.
lot of places.
Yeah, it's like I have Google one pulled up because that's like the one that's this is like literally Google. It's literally showing because it just pulls all of them.
I would just say
I'll be fun about it. Thank you.
next time if you guys can interview,
Yeah, I
Send
was
it to
gonna
the
try to
there's like
say
a
something.
silence until he was waiting. You gotta like give me like when you guys are going
Okay.
It's pretty good. She's winning the right now. She's winning Kansas.
Missouri is currently winning right now.
Oh yeah.
Is there anything else I missed?
I don't think so.
Okay. Good. Yeah, sure. Do I need a countdown for Toby?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I get that.
I did suggest when she's facing this direction.
Yeah. That was the idea was like kind of be facing that way.
Improvement.
Is that one over the left? Yeah. That's great. Yeah, let's have it. Oh, it's really
Yeah, the audio was.
Yeah, that was really great.
I brought in the mixer.
Okay.
And I think that's.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be crying because we did the communist interview. Do we want to talk about the stuff over air right now?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to get like a thumbs up from the booth.
Yo, booth people.
Yeah, that would be nice. Where are they? They're in there.
Did you guys hear him over the mic?
Oh, test. Can you hear me, Toby? Good? Okay. Are you ready for my countdown? Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're listening to election coverage on 88.7 KTRM Kirksville. We've got a bit of an update for our little red and blue map. It looks like Kansas, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Virginia, and North Carolina are swinging blue right now, as well as New Hampshire, it looks like. And for, let's see, we've got Texas, Missouri, and Georgia all swinging red. And so far, confirmed states for the Republicans are Oklahoma, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, and West Virginia. And confirmed for the Democratic Party are Maryland, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. And that is our red and blue map update. I'm going to send it back to the booth. Better. Good.
I just want to make sure.
Quick.
That way when Jay got on here, you could find.
Yeah.
Andy, you should see the watch. Oh yeah.
Mm. Which one is 5 again?
It's the like one where it's like cops salary is based on these
Then what's 6? You put 6 on the document. Maybe you just hit the wrong number.
I think 6 is purple. Yeah, 6 is purple.
Ah, okay.
And that was
I accidentally typed the wrong number.
and then Missouri design that one's so cool.
That's 7, right? Ring
Yeah,
choice.
7 is that one's just sort of last one. We'll probably pass it. Do we want to get? Yeah, do we want to go out there?
I will be taking a little break.
But yeah, but how many percent of the vote?
We're currently at
But Republicans I was kind of sad about Georgia. Georgia was cool last time.
yeah. We're leaning a little bit.
I
But also it's still
updates.
Are we in New Jersey?
Did the Students for Communism say that democracy was a sham again tonight? They did.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. My I voted sticker keeps falling off. We all vote round here. You save it. Save it for something important. It should be whenever Dr. Self is.
When is the next interview?
Paging Dr. Self. 8. Gotcha. Oh, really? 8? Okay.
Okay, so that means I can get to.
Then I'm sitting in front of a camera for nothing. Good evening, folks. I will be tonight's entertainment. Why does Missouri have a purple bear claw? Oh, that's cute. He's the information goblin. marketing information room.
I disappear now.
Ah, lovely. Technically, our interview doesn't start till 8, so
I was just making sure I got
perfect.
Where's the Aaron makeup trailer?
That's outside to the left. You can use my straightener in the radio station.
For the dozens of viewers that we try out.
Right.
Whoa. Who's called Virginia and North Carolina?
No, they're just like
They're just
they're
not called. Oh, so right now they're muting.
yeah.
Okay.
Seriously, in Pennsylvania.
MSNBC called Missouri. You're not, they still call it.
It's that.
Oh, there's no question. Oh, who are they following?
I'm following NPR, CBS, and also
Their tech staff quit. Wow.
It's basically a team.
Oh. Journalists are very intelligent.
I think it's. I'm not, no, I did work on them, I'm more biased.
Hey, TMN promotes objectivity.
So,
Which doesn't really exist.
Give executives confidence.
Yeah.
I wish the audio was better on the side. I watched it back. I have no idea what it is. It must be like.
That was vote. Yeah, test 1, 2, test levels peak. More words. Presidency. Electoral college. Test. Okay. Testing audio levels and buzzing noises on the streams. Test. 1, 2. Talking. Facts, statistics. That's unfortunate. TMN is the only source of news available. right now. Sound off in the chat? I don't know.
So she, okay. How many points was Illinois?
Some points.
That still looks like a lot. Well, that's big. I mean, obviously it's gonna go that way either way, but like, in Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Ohio's now you cursed though.
JD, he has some power. Blue Wolves,
Did it go back? Oh.
We also got Virginia and North Carolina leading that.
That's because Dr. Sell came in through their comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, she doesn't even really lead those states. I don't know, still a lot.
We have a long way to go.
The fact they switched before probably pretty good.
That's why they call them swing states. Just making a joke.
Swing state.
It's actually wild. She's still at like 70%.
69. Very close.
I wish we had a progress bar for 270.
You should, but like, you could just put the one on Google Club.
But where's the fun in that?
Yeah, it's not as fun. We could put the one on Google Club, or we could put a map on from that map. And then we'll go to all this like empty space. Think about Are you ready for Dr. Sell?
Yeah. Got some good content in here, I think.
Is he gonna ask me to share the box?
It might come up. Did they said it during your interview, right? Okay.
They said it on the music.
Yeah.
They said it. Ask him if he thinks Tom and Michelle Wilbur is strong. Do you remember that part?
No.
When Tom just endorsed Donald Trump.
Yeah, they said that he
He would destroy the country faster, and that would be better for Tom as well.
Oh.
Yeah. And I'm like, isn't that like bad though to kill a bunch of people? Like, what? I don't know, there's a lot of people who do that.
Well, most, it's not always called 270, like, during the actual election.
Right.
It takes
It's just like expected outcomes.
wishful outcome.
Well, yeah, but like they're not even gonna like really count California. It's like, I don't know. It's gonna go over the Congress. Such things. Like,
I mean,
I don't know.
So, what are the big ones we're watching right now? Michigan and Pennsylvania?
Michigan, Pennsylvania are the really big ones.
Okay.
Wisconsin's also big. There's just not enough voting data on it yet.
Okay.
What we could do is that after the leaders about himself, talk about who we about that whole
Oh. And, like, do an information debrief? Okay.
If it's there, we have it.
Cool.
Usually the party gets it.
I made the puppy chow down the hall.
I didn't know this last time. There's so many like fucking I didn't even see it that early. It's not messed up. I will work 11 good minutes.
Thanks.
I'll be listening.
Lovely. Is the sticker still visible? Perfect. The anticipation. I wonder if there's yik yaks about TMN right now. News. We love news.
Especially.
Wow. Leaning blue.
What?
Wow. Quite a big reaction from our people in the booth.
I've never seen someone yell at me for changing color.
Well, for a long time, Missouri was a bellwether state, meaning,
It's currently 54-45.
okay, yeah. Yeah, so the country, whichever way the country would go, the state of Missouri would go, basically. So that's interesting. Because most of the time it flips red after it's gotten, after a lot of campaigns have like taken away funding towards, swinging Missouri back. So that's pretty substantial. Because what is it? 2008 when campaigns started taking away advertising funds from Missouri? I think I have that right. And Missouri hasn't flipped back to blue since then.
Well, is that Emerson?
Yes.
Need to look into the sorry.
Yeah. You just look yourself. How are things over in the booth right now? Good? Okay. You can't hear anything? Oh. Interesting. Do you want me to... Is there anything I can do for you? Oh, go ahead.
Test, test, test.
Oh, booth says it's good.
Okay, we good? We good? Should I start cursing yet? Okay.
No, the FCC.
Not my problem anymore.
Did Dr. Price say when he was coming back? No? Okay. All right, then. Perfect. Well, I think I'm ready to count down whenever the booth is ready. All right. Getting a thumbs up. Okay.
Is anyone in your ear?
No. Not at this time. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're listening to election coverage on 88.7 KTRM Kirksville. My name is Elowen Wells, and I'm interviewing Dr. Self tonight. Dr. Self is a professor here at Truman State University. He specializes in rhetoric and political communication and has been teaching for 30 years. He continues to study the art of modern political communication in his free time, since he has turned his dissertation into a professionally reviewed book titled Presidential Debate Negotiation from 1960 to 1988. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Dr.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm going to start off with some pretty general questions here, but just to make it pretty broad, as someone who's had a lot of experience with political communication and watching it develop over the years, how have we gotten to a point where so many Americans feel that this is an incredibly high-stakes election?
Well, I mean, if you look back at the reporting of elections just in my lifetime alone, right? So I can remember elections all the way back to about 1980, obviously before I could vote, but every single one has been the most important election yet. And that's true going forward. It will always be. The next election will always be the most important election. And so that's not news. That's not a new way to phrase that. It's a way to motivate people to participate and vote. So, historians will look back and decide, oh, this election was really significant versus this one because these things happened, or this person got elected and implemented these policies.
Yeah, it also seems apparent that a lot of people view their political decisions or like tendencies as part of their identity now.
Absolutely. We've gotten to a stage where your political positions are no longer just, oh, this is my opinion on this issue. It becomes so ingrained as a part of your identity that if I were to challenge your political positions, then you might perceive that as a threat of me challenging your identity. And people don't react well when their identity is threatened.
So the rhetoric of it being a high-stakes election is not new, but
No.
Of course the synonymous idea that identity and politics are one is...
Yeah, and then that's not really new in the United States either. Looking back over the history, and I've said this in many classes, if you look at local newspapers and what they're named, that they're sometimes called a Democrat or a Republican, because the news was even so partisan back then that you could tell someone's political affiliation by the newspaper that they read.
Yeah. I also think it's interesting that recently, what was it, it was a paper in St. Louis, I remember
Post-Dispatch.
Post-Dispatch, thank you, has stopped endorsing a presidential candidate?
That's something that's kind of coming around in ways that kind of got ugly this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Lots of newspapers have traditionally endorsed candidates, particularly at the presidential level. And among those would be the New York Times and the Washington Post, right? National leaders. And the Washington Post in particular chose not to endorse. And it is widely speculated that the reason is because Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, who also owns Amazon, didn't want to endorse a particular candidate because he has to work with whoever is in office. More the speculation is largely that he didn't want to endorse Harris, or didn't want the paper to endorse Harris because if Trump wins, he has to work with Trump.
I see.
And he didn't want to be perceived as an enemy.
Okay.
But at the same time, the research on the effectiveness or of a newspaper endorsement in the last 40 years, they're almost meaningless. You don't base your vote on, oh, well, my local newspaper endorsed this candidate, so I will look in their direction. Most people don't vote like that.
Yeah, I didn't say that my newspaper had any influence on my vote this year, but yeah, so historically there's been an acknowledgeable shift since the Trump presidency that we've seen in political communication. What did political communication look like pre-Trump, and what does it look like now?
Well, it is harsher than it has been. Again, we go back to that notion we talked about earlier about your political positions are also part of your identities. Therefore, any threat to your political position is a threat to your identity. That feeds the need to have harsher rhetoric, because now it's a personal attack. But as a country, we've gone through that many times before, right? I mean, we had a civil war, so your political position led to an actual taking up of arms against your fellow citizens. I don't think people have speculated that. I don't think we're anywhere close to that.
Thankfully.
Yes, very much so.
And a lot of people have talked about being in this new age of media, and how, in your professional opinion, how do you think the media landscape has changed the way that we talk about politics?
So what most research talks about is that the media landscape is fractured in a way that now we can live in our own little bubbles. We don't have consistent news sources so when I grew up, there were basically 3 to 4 news sources on television: ABC, NBC, CBS, and if you lived in a big enough city or close to a big enough city, PBS. Okay? Now, since the advent of cable and now streaming, it becomes more and more and more. And in the advent of a social media world where there are algorithms that follow what you like and what you don't, they know how long you watched a video, they know what you liked, they know what you search for, then it becomes more and more specific. And the goal isn't about trying to educate you as a voter. The goal is keeping you on the app as long as possible, because that's how I make my money, is by selling advertising. And the longer you're on there, the more money I make. So it's not about voter education. And it actually takes a much more concerted effort, by the average voter to look for an opinion that differs from them than it did when I was a young child. I would have to face, or my parents in this case would have to face, opinions that they didn't like or news they didn't like, and so that was something that they had to factor in when they would do their calculation to vote.
Yeah. How do you think that this has affected partisanship in the U.S.?
Partisanship is very bitter. It's to the point. It's that identity. It's this identity sense of politics and of you can't say anything negative about my candidate because it's an attack on me.
Speaking of candidates, that's a good segue. Analyzing both the Trump and Harris campaigns, what do you believe the key messages are that voters should be taking away from each campaign as a rhetorician?
Well, if you look at their kind of the themes of their campaign, right? You saw Donald Trump really focus on being, I am the strong man, I am a strong leader, I'm the person who will protect you and save you from the evil that is out there. Whereas Kamala Harris tried more to identify with her voters. She made an explicit effort at the beginning of her campaign to point out how she grew up middle class. I'm middle class just like you. I'm just like you. And say, this is who I am. And it's not that she didn't use strong rhetoric, but she did say things like, we're not going back, as a refutation of a conservative message.
So it seems like these messages are primarily aimed to target moderate or silent majority voters.
Well, what do you mean by that, right? So traditional kind of electoral theory, for lack of a better word, argues that when you're fighting for the nomination, you work toward the wings of your party because that's who participates. Then once you have the nomination, you kind of run like hell to the middle because that's where elections are won and lost are in the middle. And, sometimes in politics we refer to them as the mushy middle because they're not committed to one side or the other. Since probably 2004, that's been turned on its ear. In 2004, George W. Bush made an effort to go to the right and bring out new hard right voters that had not voted in past elections to overwhelm any objection he may have had in the middle. And he ended up winning the election for him. And so the calculus is a little different now in the sense of what voters can I get, what voters can I realistically get and count on to come to or get to the voting booth on by election day.
So what changes in messaging have you seen in these campaigns to persuade those moderate voters?
I think for a lot of moderate voters, I haven't talked to any, so I haven't done any focus grouping or anything like this on it. But I would bet that most moderate voters probably feel left out because you have to dedicate a certain amount of time to your base to keep them excited and get them to turn out. And because the base is getting further and further to the extreme, those in the political middle feel left out and ignored.
I see. And so some people have argued that Harris has turned towards more of a Nazi framework and Trump fascist. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't understand what you mean by that. She's using a Nazi framework,
yeah.
Or she's calling Trump a Nazi.
What I had to work off of was that she was using a Nazi framework in her rhetoric.
I mean, I've heard her refer to, and she's been directly asked, "Do you think Trump is a fascist?" And she said, oh, "Absolutely."
Yeah.
So, if she's she's using, it was an interesting, if you follow the campaign closely enough from the very beginning until today, she started off trying to not make Trump seem like a serious threat by mocking him, talking about crowd sizes, those kinds of things, making him a clown, something to be laughed at. Then, in the last couple of weeks, she's talked more seriously about him being a fascist, being a strong man, being a threat to democracy. And so her rhetoric did change, but some of that has to do with the fact that there's so much early voting now. And so by the time you get to Tuesday night or Tuesday, election day, what you end up with are the people who are making their mind at the very last minute. And what we know from advertising research is that scaring people moves people. And so that's probably what she was doing.
Okay. I see how that could have been misconstrued as she's using this sort of framework as opposed to what she actually said.
Right.
Making claims. Okay, I see. Yeah, and so professionally, in your opinion, I just wanted to hear what you thought of the Madison Square Garden speech about when Trump and, was it Vance, I believe?
Yeah, it was a Trump rally,
Okay.
so, and J.D. Vance was there.
Okay. Yeah, what do you think about some of the messages that were being sent and secrets to be hinted at?
That's hard to know what he was doing with that. It could be one thing where he's just taunting the left, which he loves to do, because the left always jumps at it, and so he was just taunting at it. Does he have a secret agenda? I don't know. Speaker Mike Johnson, I think it was the next day or 2 days later, said it was about dismantling Obamacare, which Trump has never been secret about in terms of his policy goals. So, it's probably just something he used to garner more media attention, and that's what Trump is particularly good at. He is a showman. He knows how to get the cameras to look at him and pay attention to him.
I see. And in the words from our Students for Communism tonight, do you believe that democracy is a sham?
Do I believe that democracy is a sham? Well, if it's a sham, it's lasted a good 2,000 years, so no, I don't think democracy is a sham. If I did, I don't know why I would make a career about it.
Yeah, I don't see the logic behind why you would make a career out of it if it wasn't real.
Well, it's not as real. I believe in democracy. That, is the United States the best functioning democracy in the world? No, but I don't know of any form of government that works as it is ideally supposed to. And the problem is that humans run them.
Yeah.
And we're deeply flawed people.
Moving on towards some of the amendments.
Okay.
So the diction around amendments can be tricky for some voters to
Mhm.
analyze and understand. So I was hoping you could help shed some light on what these amendments are fundamentally getting at. So number 2, voters might not have concerns about gambling, or at least from what I've heard, but they are more infatuated with the idea of how the funds will benefit education. Could you elaborate on the ideas behind this wording?
So this is something that has been consistent not only in Missouri but in a lot of other states. If they want to pass some kind of legalized form of gambling, and the lottery, for example, is a legalized form of gambling. And what typically happens is the people who promote it argue, okay, so all the funds, all the profits from this form of gambling will go to benefit education. And the idea behind that is that people want to fund education more. And this is a way that I can find more funds and not have to raise my property taxes, for example, to pay for better buildings, higher salaries, better equipment, textbooks, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's fine and good, but what most states aren't telling you about it is that there's usually, and in Missouri is one of those states, there is no requirement that the state legislature keep funding the schools at the same level. So there's really nothing to stop the state legislature from saying, oh, the casinos, the riverboat casinos and the lottery made, I don't know, $100 million this year, or we expect $100 million in revenue. Well, then I don't have to find an extra $100 million when I budget for public schools.
Quite convenient.
Right. So the idea there is that when you vote for that amendment, that initiative, whatever it is, you're thinking, oh, if they can make $100 million, that's $100 million extra. But that there's no guarantee that that has to be the way. So it functionally becomes a shell game.
I see. Yeah, moving on to Amendment 3. The content on Amendment 3 seems pretty straightforward. However, some political advertising has been confusing to voters on how abortion will specifically protect or not protect women. Why is it so confusing? And I've also seen political ads that are displaying that Amendment 3 will allow child gender reassignment. And why is that being discussed when it's not stated in Amendment 3?
Because, and this was an interesting advertising strategy by conservatives at the end of this election cycle, that because the amendment talks about abortion as health care, specifically, what was the, I'm trying to remember the language now, that it calls it specifically reproductive health care, right? That one kind of looser interpretation would say any kind of reproductive health care could also include gender reassignment surgery, right? Which is also referred to as a gendered health care, right? And so that bit, and no, I don't. I'm not a lawyer. I cannot tell you if that argument would fly in a court in the state of Missouri. I have no idea. But that's the argument, that it could do that, and therefore, if you allow for this language to pass, then that could open the door for this. So it makes it seem like if you're pro-choice but anti-trans, then that seems like that's a dangerous vote for you before you cast it.
Yeah, like a gateway to this other.
Exactly.
opportunity.
It could allow for something that you don't intend.
I see. Which fallacy is that?
I don't know if it's a fallacy or not. The question really lies in the legal interpretation of the amendment, but no one can speak to that because, first of all, the amendment's not on the books, and it's because it's not on the books, there's no legal decisions anywhere close to it, and therefore we have no idea. It could be interpreted that way. I don't know.
So the legality of it is ambiguous.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, that clarifies some things. Number 5, seeing as that law enforcement is a prime recipient of funds, how is this money going to change the amount of funding being given to them now? And will this lead to incentivize arrests to be made?
So I don't know enough about police funding and sheriff's funding. My understanding of the amendment is that the $3 surcharge to if you've been arrested and your court costs and all that, is that $3 is dog-eared specifically to go into sheriff's pension funds. So it can be invested, and then these law enforcement officers have a pension to draw on, and because they're probably not, their pension fund probably isn't funded very well, which seems okay. It seems reasonable at that point. No one, I don't believe anybody wants to see sheriffs, just poor after they've retired because their pension is bankrupt or doesn't have enough money.
That would be so heartbreaking.
But at the same time, one can see the argument that it might incentivize more arrests because if you're arrested, the likelihood that you will be charged with the case is high, which means that eventually you're going to pay this. And who tends to get arrested more? Poor people. So now you're doing it on the backs of poor people who don't have a lot of money to begin with. And that's the interpretation that could be the case. So these are all ways to try to fund things that traditionally the state should fund or has funded without having to raise sales tax, gas tax, income tax, et cetera, et cetera.
Because as a blanket statement, so many people are against raising taxes.
No one ever won an election on saying they're going to raise taxes on everybody.
Fair point. The last amendment I wanted to cover with you is number 7. So what are the pros and cons of changing the way that we vote? And do Americans experience voter fatigue?
Voter fatigue is, if I understand the political science research, is a thing. Excuse me, I apologize. So if you think about the last 18 months that we've just lived through, if you have voted in every election, you voted in 3 elections. So it means you're voting every 6 months. And Americans aren't generally tuned into politics that much. And that's not a bash on Americans. Most countries don't do that. And so to expect a populace to pay that attention for that long is a big ask in a lot of respects. So you would have had, in the spring, 18 months ago, you would have had municipal elections for your city council, your school board, things like that. Then you would have had the primary elections, and now tonight you have the general election. So that's a lot to pay attention to. So the idea of ranked choice voting does kind of a couple of things. Well, it does this one thing in particular, which is you can, when you sit down and you fill out your ballot, you have one response, and it tells you, this is my first choice, this is my second choice, this is my third choice, and you feed that to the machine. some places have what's called a jungle primary. And election day is primary day, technically. So, for example, the state of Louisiana does this. Everybody that has filed is on the ballot. And you go in, and it doesn't matter. You could be 8 Republicans and 16 Democrats or whatever. It doesn't matter. Libertarians, everybody's on it. And you vote. You vote for one person out of that. And then if one of those candidates gets a majority of the vote, that is 50% plus 1, they've won the election and we're done. But that rarely happens. So what happens is then there is a runoff between the top 2 vote getters. And that's usually held 6 weeks later. And so that's one way to go about it. But that gets people to vote twice in the same general election. Ranked choice voting allows me to go in and say, okay, candidate A is my number 1 choice. So I'll mark that first. Candidate B is my number 2 choice. And then candidate C is my 3rd choice. So then when we go in there and we tally it, what we're doing in ranked choice voting is looking for a majority of the votes, not just a simple plurality. So the system that we're currently working on now for the electoral, for presidential elections and even the state of Missouri is a plurality. I don't have to win the majority of the votes. I just have to win the most votes. Okay? And so if you just vote for one candidate, whoever gets the most votes wins. Yeah. Well, then that allows people to make the argument that, oh, well, this candidate C, is a spoiler candidate. And they don't really get listened to. And so their issues don't get voiced. And then their positions don't get debated in the larger debate of the public sphere. If we do it ranked choice style, then what we do is we add up all the votes. If there's the first vote, the first choice votes. If there's no majority, then what we do is we knock down to the top 2 or the top 3, depending on how many it works, right? Every system is a little bit different. And then we go, okay, what was everybody's second choice? And we add them to their totals. If we still don't have it, then we go to the 3rd choice, or however many choices we go out.
Makes sense.
And at some point, usually in the 2nd or the 3rd round, you're going to have someone with a majority of the votes. Right, so there was an argument. No, I know you don't remember. You're way too young. In 1992, there were 3 major presidential candidates. You had Bill Clinton as a Democrat, George H.W. Bush as the Republican, and then this old businessman named H. Ross Perot, who ended up with 19% of the popular vote, but got 0 electoral votes because of the way we function. And so what some people argue is that Perot was a spoiler candidate and led to Clinton victory. Well, that's hard to say. You could argue that, yeah, maybe one argument is, that the people who voted for Perot are a little more conservative than Bill Clinton, and therefore he stole votes from George H.W. Bush. Another way to argue that is that the people who voted for Perot didn't want another term of George Bush, but didn't want to go to Clinton. So it's a protest vote. And so they wouldn't have but we don't really know because we didn't have ranked choice voting.
I mean, I have a hard time deciding what I want to eat for dinner at the end of the day. I mean,
I as well.
Yeah, ranked choice voting seems like it could move in a positive direction for all the people that are fatigued from decision making.
It does require fewer voting. It requires less time, fewer trips to the voting booth.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for all of this information and sorry, I'm losing my word choice here, but thank you for being on the show tonight.
Thank you for having me. It was a good time.
All right, I'm going to send it back to the booth. Okay. Woo. That was a lot to handle.
There were a couple times I wasn't sure where you wanted me to go. I was trying to remember what we had said. earlier in the pre-interview. Are there not rags on it? Yeah, there are rags right there on the console.
Who needs rags?
You do.
Rags.
Oh, we were just talking about fatigue. I got fatigued for word choice there.
It's all right. It's all right. It's how you learn.
Yeah, there you go. Learning opportunity, isn't it all?
Exactly. Wonderful job.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
That was fun. Now I'm gonna take a nice long break.
You should. That's right. Old school, baby. Old school.
The deficit is so important.
I almost brought my charts out.
New York. It's
You
looking.
guys don't even get that right.
Well, I don't know what the charts are, but Missouri being blue is held, and also
Yeah, it
Lucas
is.
Coons is winning in the Senate. So kind of big. Are you? Should we?
Would you like me to stick around now, or shall we take a break?
You can take a break. I also just want to talk to Toby. Hey, Toby. Is now a good time to talk about all the states that got confirmed? Do you think? Okay.
Yeah, you could do that.
You could say we could just do this really quick.
We got confirmed. We got confirmed.
I love being in front of camera. It's so. Oh. Virginia and North Carolina are like so close.
Yeah.
I would hesitate to say they're like actually leaning any direction. Like. The coverage of the interview with LON went really well, like audio and video wise. So, yeah. I can't tell.
No, I think that is weird.
Yeah. It was like 30 minutes. Yeah. Well, I think we might be like very close. Like, I don't know if we'll actually win like blue wise. It's been since 2000. Yeah. Is it 2008? Did Obama go with? I don't think Obama. No way. Ballot. Yeah, Pennsylvania's like, it doesn't look as bad, but right, she's up by like 200,000 votes still. So like, I don't know, I think her winning Michigan will also be really big. Like, it doesn't look like she'll win Wisconsin though, which, like, whatever. She's also winning in Iowa. Oh, I didn't even think about that. So the poll was right.
Yeah.
There was a poll before that was like, Iowa, like, 3% for Harris. And I'm like, that's so, like, I don't know, my dad is texting me, and he's like, I'm currently winning. Yeah, because I think he just, like, loves to hate me, in a way. Colorado's gonna blue, thank goodness. I'm winning. And they're just looking at me stare at the computer.
I'm sure most of them probably our family.
Yeah, I don't really much care. I'll clip it if I want anything from it. Are you ready to cover it?
I can be ready whenever you want to be ready.
What do you want to say?
Well, you want to talk about the amendments, right?
Yeah, so the amendments actually got released right now. They're 13% reporting, so they can get swapped really easily. What? Democrats?
Yeah, we have Democrats coming in at 9? Yeah, okay, Toby, you're right. 9 is when Dems come. Okay. So we'll make sure to mention that. So, thank you. Okay, is that better, Toby? Give me a thumbs up. Yes. Yeah, great. Alright, so we hit the electoral. Okay, so there's that, and that's just what's on the map. Okay, so right now, Missouri is saying no to sports betting, but it's at 50.9% no. Yes on 3 is big right now. It's at 60% with 11% reporting. Amendment 5, no. That's the casino one. 6, court fees for law enforcement. That's a no as well. Ranked choice voting got slaughtered again for a yes. So they're banning ranked choice voting and non-citizen voting.
Oh yeah, I gotta add.
Yeah,
that
you gotta
clause
add that
in
part.
there.
That's important. Proposition A is killing it as well, 66%. Okay,
Good.
I think we just say that if you want. Do you wanna?
Little update?
Do you wanna like swap back and forth when we hit the amendments?
Sure.
Okay.
I can do that.
All right, Toby, we're gonna give you a countdown for the quick update. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, you're listening to 88.7 KTRM Kirksville, The Edge. I'm Vince Jones along with Ellen Wells. Ellen Wells, how are you feeling so far tonight?
You know, I think tonight has been pretty exciting.
It is pretty exciting. And for those of you at home right now, the electoral total is favoring Donald J. Trump. He's at 178 votes compared to Harris's 99. However, Harris is leading in swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, which are crucial to the election. A lot of the early states have been Republican states or projected Republican states. So we will see how that impacts long term later tonight. For Missouri, though, we have early predictions on the amendments that the state ballot measures so far, and we're going to pass it over to Ellen for the first one here.
Yeah, so first up on Missouri's amendment ballot here, we've got number 2, which legalizes sports betting. Right now we're sitting at a 50.9% no. So, yeah, that's not looking good for Amendment 2.
Yeah, and that's kind of a surprising one there, considering just like how popular sports betting is, just in general. It's just a huge industry. Seemed like a no party type of ballot. It seemed like both sides could have appreciated that and both sides could have hated that.
Yeah.
So it being 50-50 right now with only 13% reporting is very, very enticing to see what it happens long term. Amendment 3, which constitutional right to an abortion, is at 58.9% yes, and that's with 12% reporting. So really good news for reproductive and healthcare freedoms.
Which just happened to drop down about 2%. We were at 60.
Yeah, like I said, these are live stats as well. Like the 12% reporting isn't a lot, but it's just initial how things will run, and that's still a lot of votes. So we'll see if the statistics switch.
Yeah, and moving on to Amendment number 5, authorization of a casino near the lake of the Ozarks. We're sitting at a 53.3% no with 15% reporting. Also not looking good for Amendment 5.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked that both of the gambling amendments are like failing pretty badly right now. I mean, it's still early, of course, as we're to say a lot apparently, but still, you would think Missouri would be more pro voting, and especially if it's going to increase revenue in the Ozarks. You would feel like that would be a pretty no-brainer for people in the Ozarks. But Amendment 6, authorize of court fees for law enforcement retirement benefits, is at a 64% no with 15% reporting. And that one is a very interesting one. We just had a nice talk with Dr. Self. how do you feel after that interview about it being saying no?
Right. I mean, he gave a pretty solid answer about how it's going to potentially increase incentivized arrests being made. However, you know, it's hard to judge because all of the funds are going to the betterment of the retirements of people that have served their community.
Yeah.
So it's just
it's an interesting, interesting predicament there. I would say, ultimately, like, incentivizing arrests is a bit more scary, according to the people in Missouri.
Oh, of course.
Amendment 7 prohibits ranked choice voting and non-citizenship voting, which the non-citizenship voting, if you did not know, non-citizens cannot vote and never could vote. It's at a 64% yes, so people are looking forward to banning ranked choice voting. It's a step in a direction of securing Republican strangleholds, especially in middle Missouri. If you didn't know, like, ranked choice voting allows for Democratic presidents to find a way to, like, kind of slide through in a way if they get more one votes than Republican voters. For all you statistic class takers.
Where did you learn that, if you don't mind me asking?
Statistics class.
Okay,
Yeah, so
all
if
right.
you take statistics, they'll tell you about the flaws in ranked choice voting, being that, one, you could have a candidate who just has a lot of one votes, and then your other two candidates being, like, say you have two Republicans, and they're very split. So one person gets half the one votes, and the other person gets the other half, and then you have the Dem.
Oh, I
The
see.
Dem is going to get all the one votes from the Democratic Party, and the Republicans are going to get 50% of all the Republican votes.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean now.
Yeah. So that would be a very solid way to secure Republican voting now.
And Missouri's Proposition A raises the minimum wage and requires paid sick leave is on the rise with 66.3% yes, with 16% reporting.
And that's a really fun one for all of us minimum wage workers. Paid sick leave is also very important for people who obviously work very secure jobs. Having the ability to take care of your children is just, like, it's silly that we don't already have this amendment. And I'm very proud so far to say it's at 16%.
And I'm catching myself here. I believe I misspoke in my interview with Dr. Self. I believe I labeled Amendment number 5 as the one that deals with court fees and law enforcement, but I want to make a self-correction here. That is actually Amendment number 6, so I apologize for that.
So far, Missouri is leaning for Kamala Harris with 52% of the vote. Likely to switch if I were to predict, but so far a good sign for Harris. She's at 20% reporting for Missouri, and her lead widens. She's at 51.5%. And we're going to have an interview later tonight at 9 o'clock with college Dems of Truman State. That is at 9. So if you guys are interested with that talk, it's going to be me and a representative from college Dems. And then at 9:30, we have Shades of Red, Nate Boyd, coming on for the college Republicans. So stay tuned. We're going to give you more live updates live at 88.7 KTRM, Kirksville, Missouri. We're sending you over to the booth. Toby has it rocking over there. I probably shouldn't ask him questions, because he has to answer them.
Oh.
Wisconsin now leaning blue.
That's huge. I think that was a very fun talk.
Yeah, that was.
Although we have New Mexico and Kansas now leaning red.
You know, it's nice not reporting on sports.
You think so?
I like this better.
I actually do like this better. I think sports are less important, so I don't.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Less important than the presidential election?
I'm so excited for the college Downs. We're gonna ask them so many important questions, like why is we building the wall now? Are you okay with wall?
Are you okay with the wall?
Yeah. You guys did, like, watch that town hall, right? Where she was like okay with building a wall. She said it was a good idea. Like, she's not like a great candidate, but like better not. Hello, he's back.
You guys are not on.
Oh, we
Not anymore.
we're always.
Not here yet.
I mean,
Yes.
on the YouTube, you're live. They can hear us. Just on the radio. YouTube's more informal. What do you think of Missouri being blue right now?
13 viewers.
Probably not.
13 viewers right now.
I,
No, just 13, which is crazy. We're now double digits for the first time.
I was talking about how Missouri used to be a bellwether state from
Yeah.
our interview.
I think we could win Missouri. Call me. Oh, Georgia's also. Oh, never mind. That's not.
I was about to say, my goodness.
Georgia is a hot
Really?
mess.
Well, there have been bomb threats calling Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. And so the question is, so you have to people out of there. And the question is anybody coming back? So.
It's interesting.
Wow.
I think Missouri could win it because I think the abortion amendment could have like an actual impact on like the total. I think it will definitely pass. Yeah. Hey, Nate. Yeah. I think it's it's closing gap like really quickly, so it's gonna probably flip in like another like minute or so. But like we're on just Google election map,
Which is polling.
Go to
AP.
Secretary of State. Yeah.
Secretary of State, Missouri
No,
Secretary.
Secretary of State.
Have you ever experienced another election where there's so many like bomb threats on election night?
No,
Where is this at?
the initial investigation is saying that it's Russia. So
Voting.
unofficial results.
Okay.
So then submit that. That should say tonight, right? Yep. And now scroll down to Amendment 3.
There's a lot.
Yeah, well, every House seat is up. So
Oh, is every House seat up?
every election, yep.
Oh. There's not this many bubbles when I was voting.
No, you only have to vote for one. You only get to vote for one.
I know. Okay, Amendment 3. Total votes yes is at 69,
So we're looking at what, 58?
58 to 41.
Oh, okay.
That's good news because typically rural areas get
Yeah. That's good information to have. I'm very hopeful on that, just that front as well. It's just like, I think having that incentive will get people out to vote.
What was the whole design?
Yeah.
Chevy Ashton.
Hey, it's 50-50 right now. Wherever Aiden is. It's at
Aiden.
49 to 47. 47 being Dem. So, you're to be after the Dems?
That's what I've heard. I'm also
Okay.
a line or two before the 10
Okay, so like 9 to 10 period is, so basically we only have one interview at a time. So I was going to do the Dems and then I was going to interview you. Yeah,
Thank you so much for being flexible.
yeah,
Like I said, I'm excited for an hour.
yeah.
I'm here the whole hour, so you're gonna.
We love that attitude.
You're gonna run me more than this than you want.
Yeah.
Even though I control that pace for me.
Well, this one's been told that too.
Yeah, it's like it's a common radio joke. Like, I heard it from my middle school principal, who was like a big comedy guy. He did stand-up comedy, and he was a big drinker too. By the way, fun facts. he got in a drunk driving accident with one of his students.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a list of topics ahead of time, but also like I was kind of just gonna base it off of what the elections were currently like for ballot measures in Missouri, and the like overall things. Well, yeah, well, like, yeah, I didn't do that with any of the party people. So like, they're all in the same information as you are. What are you looking for? Okay, so this is Downs. Ranked choice voting. This is not something I care about with the Downs, but I'll ask it for Toby's sake.
We did cover that quite heavily.
Yeah, and I think it's important too. Did Dr. Self say something differently than what I did about ranked choice voting?
What did you say about that?
I said it made it like an easier path for Democrats to win in Missouri because they could get like, a powerful lead, basically. That's why they like put the funny language on it. What did he say? I guess we could just watch it back. It's time to roll back the tape.
Well, he talked about how.
Oh look, it's right there.
It's better. It's better for voter fatigue, and how it'll like split the party's majority.
Love Dr. Self. Yeah, like his was more like practical. Mine was like party, like analyzed, I guess. So that was nice. Look, we're gonna have 3 likes now.
Liking our own content. That's how
Like
we do it.
hey, we gotta inflate the numbers somehow. How are we doing? Is Missouri flipped?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. It's by 1% though.
My goodness.
I need it for my paper.
Right.
Oh, with Colleen.
Since 2000. So he faced for every application.
Oh, that's
Right.
funny. Was it extra
Yeah.
credit or?
It's part of like
Man, that's rough.
we had to show up tonight for her test.
Oh, I see.
Rudy's table out.
I wouldn't think so. I've heard a lot about Rudy. Yeah.
Great professor. We're
He's-
saying it. It's
He's the
great.
best professor. Many have said. I love how they like confirm like states like at 4% voting. South Dakota confirmed 4% voting, like reporting. Donald Trump 70%. So he'll definitely win that one. It's gonna be a close one. Hey, they've been saying it's been close. The Pennsylvania gap is like shortening out too, along with Michigan's very strong though. It's up by 100,000. The swing states go back and forth. Who would have thought? Yeah, it's early, but like I feel like whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the whole thing. So yeah, you kind of wasted your vote coming here. He's back.
He's just in the room where it happens.
Do we have someone out there like trying to?
do this and just kind of push some paper.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is that your book?
This is I brought it as a reference, but
Ooh.
Amazon?
Can you, as a professor, assign your book for like class materials? Oh. Oh,
I
so
see.
not gonna do that. I want money. I'm gonna see if the damn people are here yet.
That was published.
Shit, you have the Deb's number? Cause you've been like, you've been taking lead of us. I have no idea where
Yeah.
man is.
I can text him.
Okay, tell them what room we're in and just to come in. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really? They just swapped. It's at 50-50. Why would it can be confirmed? There's so many other people. Like maybe they counted all. No, they're not even at 50% votes. I mean, it's gonna be red, but like, and Kansas swapped to red as well. It's already red. Cool. Yeah, like don't know. That's so interesting. Cause like they don't even have like a million votes yet.
They don't even have a million votes.
They don't even have a
A
million
small
votes.
loan of a million votes.
Like they have almost like 900, like 1,000. But like it is interesting. We'll see what happens. It's still so early. Like I said, all that really matters is Pennsylvania and Michigan. Yeah. Wait.
When do Michigan and Pennsylvania close?
So they've been keeping up length right now, but currently, from what I got from CBS, Cincinnati County is staying delayed despite the lines, so they aren't closing yet.
Wow.
They can't.
So basically, they're not letting any other people come into the line. So
Yeah. Like they can't just like they have to let the people in line vote. Yeah, you can come in, Dr. Kraus.
Is that Kraus?
I thought it was Kraus. He's not trying to open the door.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Maybe we should fix that. That way the Dems could get in here.
Yeah.
You want to like bolt the door? Ah.
Oh, perfect.
Did they say they were here?
It's Dr. Kraus.
Yeah.
everywhere else is
Would you like me to call him?
I thought you said he was here.
No. I was talking to Kraus.
Oh. I mean, we could wait until actually like 9.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. It's gonna be 2% Pennsylvania. Yeah. Ballot measures. Okay, so as of right now, ballot measures. Let me look. 2 is no. 3 yes. 5 no. 6 no. 7 yes, and A yes. A is blown out of the water. So.
Majority of it being 50 to 60% ranges.
I mean, like, Amendment 3 right now is 58 to 41. So, that's like, if Trump wins, then like whatever. If Amendment 3 loses, it'd be actually kind of sad. Like, that kind of blows. John R. Ashcroft. What a upstanding young man.
That might be our person.
Yeah. Hello, Dr. Price. How are things going? How are things? How are you doing?
Just small talk.
Yeah, that last one was really good.
We're doing our best out here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's all gonna change, like, pretty soon, I would think. that guy at the college now? I have no idea.
No.
What? You should be coming.
Yeah,
You want to call?
I can. I'll step out.
I do, like, if the Dems do not show up, it's on-site hate. Yeah. I mean, it's like, it started really big Harris, and ever since then it's been climbing up, like, very strong for Trump, so. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was, like, likely, but, like, there was an actual shot for a second. I don't know, it's. Yeah, Iowa's what, like, the real story was, because there was polls there saying they would win, or Harris would win Iowa. Oh, that's so, like, that's razor thin, though. Oh. Minnesota right now is at 2%, and it has Donald up by a good mark. Hurrah! He's pulled up in a suit and everything. Go for it, here's your pen. Okay. You ready?
Oh yeah.
Alright, great. Hey Toby, you there? Alright, great. We're getting ready to send it over. Alright, we're gonna go live in 10, 9, 8, 7. Actually, do you need more time? Okay, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, you're listening to 88.7 KTRM, Kirksville, Missouri, The Edge. I'm Vince Jones, along with a representative for the Democratic Party at Truman State. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Ben Crowett. I'm the vice president of Truman State College Dems. I also am a voting senator on StuGov. I'm a debater on the forensics team, and I play rugby.
How do you feel tonight?
Nervous, but, excited that election night is finally here. Yeah, a lot of waiting, a lot of anticipation,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
right in the heat of it.
So just before we saw Missouri, just barely swap red and get confirmed red, before then it was, a little bit of a streaky blue, and that changed. Along with that, there's just so many, amendments in Missouri so far, and what amendment do you feel was the most important?
Definitely Amendment 3. I think we put a lot of effort, at least I did, and other Democrats on campus, to both get that petition on the ballot and then, inform voters about the specific information surrounding that amendment on campus.
All right, and so far, the amendments, let me scroll back down, all the way down to the bottom here. So far, Amendment 2, which was the sports betting one, is at no, at least from the governor's site.
Mm-hmm.
Along with Amendment 3, which you were talking just about, is winning by a good amount.
Yeah.
Which I think it goes to show a lot of how liberal Missouri is in some tendencies, but not in party-wise.
Yeah.
How would you guys attack that? Do you guys focus more on the ballot issues, or do you focus more on just the overall party line?
Definitely this year we focused more on ballot issues. Obviously, we're still petitioning for, Lucas Kuntz, Crystal Quaid, and Harris at the presidential level. But realistically, when you're a Democrat in Missouri, you're focused on making like substantial change where you can. And this year that was definitely with Amendment 3, and getting it to a point with the public where they were knowledgeable about the amendment, because we know a majority of voters in the state do want to protect reproductive freedom.
The gambling amendment number 2, what were your guys' takes on that when you initially read it?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a very complex amendment, and we've seen definitely a lot of kind of misconstrued perspectives or information surrounding that amendment go to the public, especially from like these big gambling out-of-state agencies who were kind of propping it up as this amendment that was really going to add to Missouri's public education. But we saw even the Secretary of State, who's a Republican in Missouri, basically put forward and say that realistically it's not going to add that much to public education in the state. And for that reasons and a few others, I was generally against it. While I do kind of consider sports betting to be a right, it does come with a lot of negative impacts. And when you have a piece of legislation that's codified into the Constitution that doesn't actually protect citizens who might suffer from gambling addictions, and also isn't taxed to a feasible amount to actually help the state in other ways, I was just generally against those kinds of positions and amendments.
So the last amendment we're going to talk about, and then we're going to get into some more overarching things like Biden, Harris, and their differences, and Donald Trump and Harris.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on ranked choice voting? Because that one kind of flew under the radar. It had
Yeah.
some fancy language about non-citizens vote.
Yeah, so that was a referendum by Missouri's legislature. If you know anything about Missouri's legislature, they're not very effective, and in terms of producing material that is fair, they don't have the best track record, I think, from like both sides of the aisle. But yeah, definitely against that amendment. I think limiting the ability of municipalities within Missouri to not carry out voting the way that they see best fit is just like purely undemocratic. Additionally, ranked choice voting has like a number of really quantifiable successes. It helps third-party candidates, it helps independents, and so that was definitely a amendment that we were pushing for to not succeed. Additionally, like it added, like the first tier of that amendment was just on not allowing out-of-state citizens to vote, which is already kind of commonplace in the state because you need a driver's license and to be registered in the state of Missouri to vote. So it just like did nothing. And generally, I'm against any type of legislation that's trying to misrepresent itself to be more amendable to the population.
Fantastic. So this year we saw a bit of a dramatic swing. Biden dropped out of the race early. He was the initial Democratic candidate. What are the differences in your eyes between Biden and Harris, considering that they run on the same ballot last year and they are in the same government now?
Yeah, I think they have just general different perspectives on the world as a whole. As a progressive Democrat, I had a number of qualms with, how Biden approached a number of issues, first being the genocide in Gaza. I think his general position towards that war was just completely out of line with the international community and also out of line with the basic realities of what was happening on the ground. I wish he would have been more proactive and kind of holding Netanyahu strongly against using those weapons. While we understand there are limitations to that, I think that was probably one of my biggest qualms with him. And while Harris hasn't put forward exactly the type of message I would like to see, I do think she's going to be a new voice in power that's going to be more easily persuadable towards these kind of common sense human rights causes. Additionally, I think her background and her youth compared to Biden allows her to have a different mindset. I think Biden was fairly reserved at doing a lot of the substantial executive orders that I think Democrats, when they have power in the White House and the Senate, and the House need to do to kind of change democracy and put a better foot forward. And he just wasn't really for that. And I think Harris is going to be a lot easier to persuade towards those positions.
Is there a reason why you necessarily think that? Is it just her youth?
I think it's her youth and also her background. She's held very progressive policy stances in the past, and while she has been like somewhat hard to pin down on certain issues, she has held those like progressive policies. And I think generally, like when you have like a person like Biden who's been in the Senate for decades before he comes to the presidency, he definitely has a certain mindset around how we should govern. And with the onset of Trump in 2016, I don't think that type of mindset towards governance is gonna lead to any substantial changes. Like we need to put an aggressive step forward to kind of protect the rights of individuals, and he was not willing to do that.
You mentioned Harris kind of being hard to pin down. Like you said, she's shown in her history to have progressive policies, and then she has flipped into more of right-wing perspective, especially on issues like the border. How does that translate to you? Because you said yourself that you like the history, and now she's current day is going against your values.
Yeah, I would disagree with kind of her general position towards this campaign. I think it was very much kind of going in like the generalized sense of what politicians should do at the national level. Go towards the center on all these issues. While like Trump has taken a completely different stance of just kind of like rallying his base. I wish Harris would have stuck with the latter and kind of rallied the base more instead of trying to like get Liz Cheney and other moderate Republicans, because like realistically, at least in my opinion, I think a vast number of the Republican Party is already too far gone to like care what Liz Cheney says, and so I would hope that she would go kind of towards more rallying the base. In terms of like a lot of her stances on the border, yeah, she has gone towards the middle, but like in terms of like that being a substantial change from like the past stances of the Democratic Party, it just isn't. Like if you look at what Obama did surrounding the border and border security, it's kind of right step. It's the same exact thing. And while that's not generally how I would view the best way to govern the border, it is what the party has put forward, and it is what is popular with a vast swath of the public.
Well, I'm going to challenge you on that one there, because Biden ran 4 years ago on an open border-esque policy.
I don't know if I would call it an open border.
Open-er border.
I mean, sure, but like, and like, realistically, it was a continuation of a lot of Obama-esque policies, and I think the problem there was his once again like refusal to adapt when the time came, and when you saw numbers of illegal crossings at the border rise up to high numbers. He didn't put legislation forward fast enough to counter that. And while he did eventually put forward policy, that policy was struck down by Republicans, largely due to President Trump.
Okay, we got a few more questions for you. So this is a question from Toby and Toby's dad, who really wanted to kind of buckle down on this issue. It's about gun control.
Okay.
A lot of people fear Democrats coming to take your guns. Harris obviously took a stance of, we're not taking your guns. We also own guns. We love guns.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that?
I think, we need to go forward towards gun control with a very common sense perspective, which is what's continuously been pushed by the Democratic Party. I think any attempt to kind of like challenge that and be like, we're taking your guns is just completely idiotic and not founded in like the actual truth. If you look at Democrat legislation around gun control, it's largely to do with, banning bump stocks and banning the owning of AR-15s and, these weapons of like basic mass destruction that are used in these acts of violence. This strikes very close to me because actually, like, a school down my street was shot up during my senior year of high school, and I had a lot of friends who were like involved in that catastrophic event, and so like kind of just putting forward basic and common sense regulation is really, I think, what is at the core of the Democratic Party's message, and I think is like one of the basic pieces of legislation that I think should be more commonplace in this country.
Okay, great. I got a final question. And this one came from earlier tonight with Students for Communism.
Yep.
A fun conversation we had earlier. They ended the interview with Amir Ahmed saying that they wanted Trump to win this election.
Yes.
With that way, democracy would fall forward.
I love this. I love this question. Yes.
What were your thoughts about that one?
I think it's idiotic, especially for a party that's supposed to be working towards the rights of the common man. Like reasonably. All right. I have a big qualm with the Students for Communism, as like I don't see them actually putting forward anything to actually help people where they are right now. It's always focused on this like big issue of like we need to collapse the capitalist state, and we're gonna do that through this like mass revolution that's somehow gonna happen and materialize somehow. When? No one knows. I think for the working people, the marginalized folks in our communities, the only path forward, the best path forward, is a Harris victory. Undoubtedly, it's Democrats down the ballot, and anything else is just kind of spitting in the face of like people that are actually in need of help. Like what is like, of course they want Trump to win because then it'll start the revolution faster. But like the possibilities of that happening are minuscule. They're not going to happen. We need to actually meet people where they are right now. I've seen that through. I'm from St. Louis City, and I've worked on a lot of campaigns surrounding St. Louis City, and we've gotten a lot of progressive leaders in our city currently, and we are seeing all these different points like crime and economic growth, which are usually seen as like you get moderates in power and they grow the economy and they stop crime, blah blah blah. And progressives are so soft on crime and all this crap. We are seeing the most rapid decline in crime and the most substantial growth in the economy like over the past like 3 decades in the city of St. Louis, and this is all under progressive leadership, and it's all because progressives are putting forward the step to actually make progressive change and meet people where they are. And like when you take on this kind of this faux position around communism and like we're going to start this revolution, you're not actually creating any change. You're not helping marginalized folks. You're doing nothing. I think it's like both a lazy position and also one that is just so harmful to like every community in need that we should be actively fighting for. Perfect example is like getting petitions for Amendment 3. We had actually a few conversations online about this, and they're just their whole argument is like, why even try? Because we know it's going to be struck down. Blah blah blah. Guess what? A few months later, 300,000 signatures later, we get it on the ballot. That was done through young progressives like myself to get that stuff on the ballot. And guess what? Now it's being voted on, and it's most likely going to succeed.
Can I pause you right now? Yeah. Unfortunately, that is not the case. It is currently down 51 to 48, according to Jay Ashcroft's unofficial ballot sites.
Well, we'll see when we'll see at the end of the night.
It's still very early.
That's true.
And I would keep that in mind with all the things we say tonight, especially on the state's coverage. But along the communism line of their questioning and the things we've asked about them was the Gaza and the idea of nationalism.
Yep.
In their eyes and in many people's eyes that did not vote to the Democratic Party because they were too right-wing-ish, too capitalistic in a way. If there is a genocide and both sides are doing genocide, do you find it conscionable to vote for the lesser of two evils there? Is lesser evil okay in your eyes? Because it's still a terrible evil and you're still permitting it to happen.
well, I don't think we're doing genocide. Are we actively standing against genocide? Yes. Like, we're not, like, none of our...
You would say that
Yeah.
you guys are standing against genocide right
No,
now?
no, no. I'm saying that, you know, like, we, as the United States, we're not actively doing genocide, but we are not stopping Israel from doing genocide. Those are two completely different things. Do I think it's still, like, unconscionable for the Democratic Party to kind of, like, at the top take these stances? Yes. But also, down ballot, you're seeing a lot of representatives come out for Gaza, against this war, and the only candidate that's ever going to possibly be pushed towards ending this violence and creating a possible two-state solution for the Palestinian people is Kamala Harris, and it's always going to be Kamala Harris. And anything else, not voting, voting for a third party, or voting for Trump is just completely spitting in the faces of, like, those people in need. Because this is, like, she's, like, realistically the only candidate that's going to do anything to, you know, make the situation better. And while we haven't seen that in the ways that I would hope under the Biden presidency, I believe Harris will be more susceptible to that change.
Yeah, because you're right. We're not actively doing the genocide, but we are funding it and we are allowing it to happen. And with the United States being the powerful figure in the relationship, it could easily stop it. Do you disagree with that idea?
I easily stop it. I mean, like, so, all right, like, realistically, like, the policy decisions that we could do to easily stop it would be, like, taking back our funding from, like, the Iron Dome. Like, that's realistically the only possible policy decision that would actually, and that's, like, a pretty, like, even me, who I'm, like, very, like, I don't think Israel should be doing this whatsoever. I'm like, that's a little crazy. So, like, should we be doing more, and should, like, Biden be doing more? Yes, but, like, realistically, like, Israel against the entire international community with sanctions against it from the international community is still doing this with, like, Biden's opposition. Biden has came out in opposition of Israel's continued violence. They're still doing it. Realistically, I mean, it would take dramatic action to stop them, and that is kind of, like, ties into my whole theme around Biden as being this actor who was very set in stone and, like, these moderate values and, you know, going along with these historical presidents. And that's why I think we need new leadership that we can see through Kamala Harris.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
As of right now, Kamala Harris is at 109 and Donald Trump is at 198 for total electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, which is the big key swing state, Donald Trump has flipped it. He's up by 100,000 votes right now. Along with Wisconsin, he's up by just 10,000. So it is a razor-thin race. At 9:30, I'm going to be talking with Nate Boyd from Shades of Red for the Republican point of view. Anything else you'd like to say before you take off tonight?
I don't think so. It's going to be a close race. We're nervous. It's looking razor thin right now, which is not, you know, how we hoped it to be. But, you know, we'll persevere. America's a strong country. We've dealt with 4 years of Trump, and while, you know, that possibility is bleak and not what we want, you know, if that happens, I believe in America's will to, you know, stick through.
All right, thank you so much for your time. We're going to send it over to the booth. You're listening to 88.7 KTRM, Kirksville, Missouri. Send it over to Toby and the people in the booth. How you guys doing? Thank you so much.
Of course.
I was trying to get a hold of you guys. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I felt like we were so stressed. Yeah, you're going to have to sign a paper to clear you to go over air. Thank you for not swearing.
Of course.
Yeah, you don't need one, Nate.
You guys got a pen?
Here you go.
There we go.
I thought your response to the communism one was very poignant.
Oh yeah, that's something that's been, like, on my mind.
Yeah,
A shit ton.
I find them very insidious. Like, I would have liked progressives to say a thing.
Yeah.
Oh well. Oh wait, that's different than I had. 112. What state went over? Yeah, it just updated for me too. No, that's what mine's saying too. Oh, on that one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Virginia's, that's a big one.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, we'll see. Could be like Missouri, where it's just like the places they got to first, because
Yeah, no.
Missouri kind of blew up.
Like if you look at what like Virginia's reporting right now, it's none of their.
Oh, Missouri's
Like
also-
Richmond hasn't come in, at least when I checked it. But yeah.
Everything's still some rules are like faded, so it's not perfect yet.
I saw this. Cool. I will get this.
Oh no, what? So how this is viewing right now, though, this is like very similar to last election because Trump, the ones that are currently red were the ones that Trump had last year,
Yeah.
and so
I mean, like-
this could be like there could be a huge blue shift like out
Yeah.
of nowhere.
I mean, but Pennsylvania is red right now.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go.
Yep, you're good to go. Thank you so much. Yeah, the piece of paper's over there. I'm gonna swap sides.
Red.
Iowa's leaning red now? Yes, it is. All right. No, you should be fine. As long as like, I just don't want you in the center of the table, so I swap sides.
Okay.
That way, like, I don't know. That way it's shot, reverse shot on the
If
side.
I increase that, increase up now.
Yeah, you can go up here now. Go for it.
No, I don't wanna.
We got like 6 minutes.
I know. I just I want to be fair. You know. I don't wanna.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys time to adjust things if need be. I promise not to curse.
How did you think of that last interview? Do you think I was critical enough of our
I
point
think you
of
could have
that?
leaned in a few things.
Okay.
Like a challenge. his-
Keep in mind, I'm also like
know. Yeah,
progressive.
I
in that
figure. I feel like you could have challenged.
I definitely tried to challenge.
I feel like you could have challenged the claim that there was a genocide in Palestine right now.
That's a fun one to talk
So-
about then. We'll definitely talk about that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care too much about it. I'm gonna personally try to, my show. I tend to talk much more about local and cultural issues.
We have Shade. Yeah. Shade. She's gonna call into Toby. So after that, we're kind of good to take
How
everything
do we
down.
do call-ins? I've never learned how to do that actually. 'Cause like the phone went off during my last show. I'm like, I have no idea how to deal with this. So, also I'm very laughy. I apologize.
Oh, you're absolutely
So,
fine.
I might make a few jokes.
No, of course.
Nothing
Go
like
for it.
Madison Square Garden, but I might make a few jokes.
Yeah, that was full of jokes and humor.
Yeah,
I love that brand of comedy. Like I watched a lot of Kill Tony,
Yeah.
of course, and I'm like,
I mean, that's his
this is not good Tony. This is bad.
It's his brand, but like having that in a presidential election seems off.
Yeah, it's a bad place to do comedy, and also like if you're gonna do political comedy like that, you can't insult the voter base. Like, it's kind of a bad idea. Toby, can you hear us good? We sound good audio-wise?
Yeah. Is my audio coming in okay? Am I too loud or lean in more? Okay.
There you go.
I'm gonna try to not be like hunched over the entire time.
Yeah, I look so bad on camera.
I know.
I was looking at the live stream during it. I'm like, I look bad.
Yeah, I have a face made for radio, so
Yeah. I feel fine.
I do better, when my face isn't seen. 'Cause
I don't really care if I look ugly.
Yeah.
I just would rather not people have to look at it.
I also might look at you a lot more than I look at the cameras.
Oh yeah, I would have preferred that.
That
Because like you looking at me, this camera
yeah.
catches it.
It felt a lot more stilted
feels
to
personal.
me.
Yeah, it felt
wanna-
like he was at like a press
Yeah,
conference,
I might
which I get.
as a debater. Yeah, I
Yeah.
might try to like have a bit more discussion. That's
Yeah.
what I miss on my show right now is we don't have a lot of discussion. So
Yeah.
I might try to do a bit of back and forth if that's
No, I was
acceptable.
actually gonna ask about that if you were like looking to people to do your show.
Yeah, I'll say
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay, great.
If people are free, even from KTRM want to join.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. I'm like, there's not many shades. It's one.
Well, it's the name we
I
had since
know.
last year, and I haven't found anyone in either
What-
party to join me.
What happened after that? Like, everyone talked about like the fall off of why the Dems didn't want to do your guys' show again. What happened exactly?
We just there wasn't a reason for it as far as I know. Me and Adam last year just asked people to join, and no one was interested.
I see.
So
Okay.
we weren't able to find anybody until like the last show of the year, and then I asked her if she wanted to join again this year.
Yeah.
But she did not respond. So
Okay.
And to be fair, I've been a lot busier, so I've taken a much more.
Hey, Dr. Price, what are you creeping up here for? Okay. Docupenning. I know Mark has been running around. I know for sure Mark is. I'm sure Toby has other people. Toby, thumbs up or down? Do we have people documenting? Yeah. Okay. There's also it's also like live streams, so we could always save it and we could always look back too.
Yeah.
We got like another few minutes, but yeah,
I've been as a senior, it's been a lot busier, so I have personally not like been to a lot of meetings on either party to to rile people up and try to get people to join like the show.
Yeah.
I've kind of been like checking with my friends, like, hey, you want to join? They're like, no. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't have time to like.
No, I value conversation.
Troll for. Like, I don't mind confrontation. I want it like to be done in a respectful manner. I don't want to like yell at somebody.
Oh
so.
Yeah. And like if you yell, the microphones don't catch it. So
yeah.
They didn't even hear what you said.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good to go. We're gonna wait until like. Let's wait just one more minute. Why not?
Yeah.
We'll just have it perfect, Toby. Don't worry.
Just let me know.
I have a bunch of topics. I had, admittedly, a bit more topics for you. I had a lot more to disagree with them. So
I'm willing to. Yeah.
Yeah, like this is our second to last interview. And we got like an hour afterwards, so we have a lot of time.
I'm willing to go over if you guys are. I don't know if you guys have equal time regulations, but
I don't care.
I don't think the FCC is going to come after us. They might go after Saturday Night Live, but they're not going to come after us.
No. I don't even know if they'll do that. It seemed pretty silly.
If anything, it'll be a fine. Like a small. It's not going to be anything substantial.
Nothing they actually care about.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me just get a quick swig of water real quick.
No, you can take drinks all the time. I don't care. All right.
I just want to, not look like I'm super nervous because I'm taking water. Because
I am a bit scary.
That was one of the critiques when we did like the debate against the communists, is that Republicans were drinking water, so we were nervous.
You were a bit shaky.
Yeah.
I don't think that's valid at all.
No, it was one of the things said on Yik Yak, which I found really funny.
All right, we're ready to go. We're going live in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome back. I'm Vince Jones, along with Nate Boyd from Shades of Red. We're going to be talking a bit about tonight's election. So far, Trump up again. He's at 198 to Harris's 112. How you doing today, Nate?
I'm doing all right. I've been a little worried, but whatever happens, I don't think it's going to be the end of democracy, like both sides are saying.
You think both sides are saying it's the end of democracy?
Oh yeah, both sides. The New York Times and they have been saying that Trump will be a threat to democracy. Then Elon Musk and Trump's teams have been saying that that if they don't win, it's going to be a threat to democracy, that we're never going to have an election again. So I think both sides are claiming this is the most important election ever.
I guess we could just dive right into that then. So yeah, there's been clips of Donald Trump saying that you wouldn't have to vote ever again. And obviously that was to Christian voters about getting them out to vote now so they don't have to worry about their votes mattering next year, and they can never worry about it again for whatever reason. I assume that was a joke? I assume that's what you would say. Yeah.
I haven't heard that clip myself.
You haven't heard that clip at all?
Yeah, I haven't seen it on anything or seen it reported when I've looked up research for my shows.
Okay, so there was a clip of Donald Trump's explicitly telling Christian voters to get out to the polls now, and you won't ever have to worry about it again. I don't know how you haven't saw that. I guess maybe media bias has been just insane too. I would say my media bias is a bit left progressive, and I would assume yours is a bit right.
Mine's a little conservative, at least in my daily news. But when I prep for my show, at least, I tend to try to look at both New York Times and Wall Street Journal, which tend to be moderate to left. So I'm a little surprised that in my weekly show prep, I have not seen that. And I would assume it's a joke because elections are still going to happen.
Right. But him saying that, which I know for a fact he did. I'm not just making this up in my weird liberal head.
I trust you that you're not making it up.
But yeah, he did say that, and that is a bit worrying when you say the idea of that saying things like that, even if it's a joke, is kind of off-putting.
I would say that neither candidate should be overstating this election, that on either side saying that we're going to win so much that you never have to worry about voting again, because that's unrealistic. And I think it's just him trying. I haven't heard that, but I assume it's just him trying to get his base out, because trying to see massive numbers out, which is why he's in a lot more than in previous years. He has been trying to get early voting, like especially compared to 2020.
Yeah, like 2020, he was very much against early voting and mail-in ballots. This year, he's taken a hard stance on, please do, I'm begging you, please vote. Like, any way you can do it. So, like, what were your thoughts on, like, switching that up, I guess?
I think it's because early voting and mail-in voting, at least for the time being, is here to stay.
Right.
So it's kind of if the system is in place, we should use it, which I think was a weakness in 2020. While there are some election security worries, at least in appearance.
Right.
But if the system is in place, you should use it, basically, if you're going to try to get elected.
Okay, so you mentioned worries. Do you think Trump, won the last election?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, good.
But
a lot of people will say, it stole outright, and he himself will say that it was stolen from him last year. What were your thoughts on him just denying the reality of the situation?
I think the evidence didn't back it up. I think if he had been able to prove election fraud, he would have been able to do it in court.
So, how does that make him candidate-wise? Does that affect your opinion of him at all as a qualified candidate if he's questioning democracy?
Not particularly, no. Both sides, historically, especially since 2016, have questioned the results of elections. Even at the state level, the Georgia race from 2020 was also questioned by the Democrat candidate who lost. So it's not a issue that's solely on one side.
Okay. We're going to move more to what I actually had planned. Yeah, of course. So Amendment 3, a big issue for the Dems voter, and he said he worked really hard to push that vote. What are your thoughts and your takeaways on that?
If Amendment 3 passes, it will be the greatest human rights violation in Missouri of our time.
You mean in our time? You're not what does in our time mean?
For our lifetime.
Okay, so 20 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
And into the future.
Okay. Why is that?
Because the most valuable right is the right to life. And if we pass it, we are saying, as a constitutionally speaking, we do not value the right to life for children in the womb.
Right. At what point do you consider life?
The only consistent option, both religiously and just biologically speaking, is the point of conception.
Okay. You understand how that could be phrased, because that's at the point of conception, that's nothing. That's less than a cell. That's 2 cells.
That is a cell, single cell organism.
Yeah,
yes.
Single cell. I was rounding up. You think that small cell has the right over the woman who has it inside of her?
The right over? No, she doesn't. They have the right.
No,
they have
but
equal
you are.
rights.
But you are, though, because that woman has the right to not want a child.
They have the right to not want a child, yes. So if they want to not have a child, they should not have sex.
Okay. You understand abstinence-only education is failed dramatically throughout history and forever, right? As the idea of abstinence-only has failed in the sense that it doesn't stop people from having sex.
No, it doesn't stop people from having sex. I'm just saying, though.
And it also makes it to where they don't know how to have safe sex.
Can I ask what safe sex is?
Condoms. If you don't teach about sex, you can't teach about condoms. You can't teach about the after pill. You can't teach about birth control.
I don't know about you, but in Missouri, I was taught about how to use condoms and how to use birth control, and I was in a conservative county.
I was too.
So I'm not saying that we should teach. I'm just saying that the choice for when it comes to a pregnancy happens during the conjugal act. So that is when the choice occurs.
Okay. Well,
because I believe that both the child and the mother have the equal right to life, and neither of their rights should be violated.
But is the 2-cell organism more valuable than the woman?
They're of equal value.
But you're taking priority over the 2-cell organism.
How am I taking priority? I'm not trying to kill the mother.
Okay, that's a fair line to draw.
Yeah, if I'm advocating.
It is affecting her life in a dramatic way. It will be her life for the next 20 years, taking care of a child that she particularly didn't want. And I don't know about you, but if I don't want a child, I'm not going to treat it particularly well.
If you don't want the child after the child has been conceived, there are other options other than killing it.
Right, but you're going to put a lot of strain on the adoption,
Adoption's
the homes. It's just
The adoption system for teenagers and for young children is a lot worse than it is for newborns. For newborns, there is a vast number of couples to newborns. I believe the last I heard it's like 13. There are 13 couples for every newborn in the adoption system.
Right. But
So there's a vast number of like families who want newborn children
okay.
through the adoption system.
61% of the nation supports the abortion rights that are proposed in the Missouri Constitution right now for the amendment. Is that the reality in your mind?
I think what has happened is, culturally speaking, since Roe v. Wade was passed, people might not like abortion to 9 months, but they like having abortion. So it's kind of a, and then when given the option between two extremes, they're going to choose the extreme that is closest to their current reality, to their current comfort zone. So in the extremes of having no abortion or abortion up until 9 months, because there's no regulation in Amendment 3, it allows for regulation, but there's nothing inherent. The
Right.
state legislature would have to pass it, and the state legislature is notoriously slow.
Okay.
So between the two extremes, between having abortion throughout all 9 months and no abortion, people who are a bit more moderate, even some Republicans who think that other people should be able to have the ability to kill their children in the womb, they're going to choose the thing that they are like most familiar with.
Right.
So it's similar to like, so that's why people are supporting it.
So do you think 61% of people are wrong in that idea? Because what you're saying is unpopular.
Yeah.
Okay. So just everyone disagrees with you, but you're right.
Not everyone. You
Well,
only
61%
mentioned-
of people. So the,
Yeah,
the
I mean-
majority, the nation.
The majority isn't inherently right. That's why the United States has inherently tried to protect the rights of the minority population,
Right.
at least when it comes to the minority voting population in
Yeah,
this
not
Constitution.
not necessarily the minority
Which
people-wise.
we've gotten better at that, but
Yeah, I would
but
say
I'm just trying to but
small steps.
politically speaking, but
Yeah.
I would say that just because the majority of people are in favor of something doesn't inherently mean it's morally right.
And I would say, like, you mentioned religion in earlier this.
Yeah.
People shouldn't have to bend to your religious views. Like, inherently in the First Amendment, we are separated church and state.
Yeah.
So why is it that this part of the religious aspect has taken such a stranglehold?
Well,
on
it's
Missouri?
what is the important thing in our country? What is the most substantial right? All the other rights are precipitated upon the right to life. And what we need to figure out, and I don't know if that's where you're coming at it from, but if the right to life is the most important right, which it is, because all other rights are based upon whether or not you have the right to live. You can't have any other rights if you don't have the right to live.
Right. And
That is a inherent moral thing. That's not purely from the Christian standpoint.
right.
The Jewish and the Muslim faiths would also say abortion is wrong. But if something is
Hey, challenge you on that. The Jewish people have nothing in their Bible or Quran about abortion.
it'd be the Torah. Quran is
Torah.
Muslim.
Both of them. Yeah, they have nothing against it.
In the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not murder.
Yeah, but
That's-
if they don't consider that murder, then what's your point?
That's why it's important to define where life is.
Yeah, and they don't define life at that point.
Depends on who you're talking to. I know several Jewish sources that would say that
Yeah.
abortion is murder.
Yeah, and also we've seen religious fundamentalism actually grow and well. Like, as it seemed, religious fundamentalism kind of all shifts together at a certain point where you kind of all believe in a certain kind of line, I guess, to where it's all. I guess what I'm trying to say is, at a certain point, religions believe in very similar things. Would you say that's fair?
In some cases.
Yeah,
yes.
in some cases. And
Not-
this
not
one,
on
and this one being
everything.
one of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say that this is a convergence point.
Yeah, and like you said, the extremes. The extreme which we currently have in Missouri, which is no abortion at all ever. We saw.
There are exceptions for medical reasons.
Yeah, but there is no exceptions for rape.
Does how the child was conceived impact its value?
No. But
Then, if that's the case,
no.
why should that be an exception if it does not impact the value of the child?
Because the woman was raped and had no choice in conceiving that baby.
Yeah. But
The woman was raped.
question? Yes, and that's a terrible tragedy, and we can never undo that.
Right.
So what we should do is punish the rapist to the fullest extent of the law.
Mhm.
We should, in my opinion, I would be okay with having the death penalty for rapists if they're able to prove it in a court of law.
Mhm.
But the child did nothing wrong. The child's right to life still matters. And
If
two
you're-
wrongs do not make a moral right.
You're a woman. You were raped. you have to look every day at the result of that rape, how would that make you feel?
I would try to love the child as best I could.
I think that's a very misconceited, sorry, not misconceited, a very naive way of seeing it. You're not a woman, and neither of us will ever know.
Yeah, then
But
what-
I would say that's a very hard thing to ask out of a girl who just suffered a rape.
If that's the case, then again, we have an adoption system. However, again, two moral wrongs don't make a moral right. If the right to life is the most valuable right, violating it does not undo the rape. It does not undo the trauma. But abortion causes more trauma. A lot of women who have abortions regret it within 5 to 10 years and often have higher rates of depression after the fact and compared to if they keep the child, just in general.
Just in general.
Yeah.
Sure. But at that moment, you cannot say, oh, it will be better for you down the road. That's a kind of you're taking the freedom out of their hands there.
I'm not the one who took the freedom out of their hands. It was the person who violated it. And again, we should punish them to the full extent of the law, but the child had nothing to do with it. We wouldn't punish a murderer's child or a bank robber's child when they're found guilty. That's not how our system of law works, nor is it how our system of law should work. You should only punish the person who perpetrated the crime.
Okay. I think from that point of view, I think we're going to move on to something else. Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris.
Okay.
What do you see from an ideal president in general? What is your dream date president?
Oh my goodness, that's George Washington, Teddy Roosevelt, but yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt had very many socialist policies.
Not socialist, but government control.
Government control policies.
There's a difference between socialism and government control, or more so regulation.
Are you a Republican who fancies himself libertarian in any way, or are you okay with the government having control over you?
The government needs to use its power in righteous manners, in a righteous way. So it has to do it in a right way. If it's using it improperly, it should not be using that power. But the power to regulate is never, as long as it is used correctly, like to make sure our food is actually healthy and not full of nails and human excrement. That's probably, I forget that one's actually.
I think you're coming from a logical standpoint then.
So it's government has inherent power. It needs to use it in proper ways.
Okay. So on that front, do you think Donald Trump is a good candidate in your party?
I think Ron DeSantis or J.D. Vance probably would have been a better candidate.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off at all, but wouldn't you say that those candidates were formulated in a lab after Donald Trump came along to just be a bit more official?
I would say that we're seeing. I'm not sure if we're. It'll take probably 10, 20 years to see. What we're seeing in political science is we think we might be hitting what's called an alignment shift of the parties.
Yeah.
So if we're hitting an alignment shift, which I think the Obama-Trump era might be seeing, we're going to see more candidates like J.D. Vance and like Ron DeSantis, because that's what the Republican Party is moving towards, is a traditionalist conservatism compared to the more libertarian conservatism that we had in the early 2000s.
Okay. Would you say Trump was that? He's a more traditional Republican candidate in your eyes?
No, I think he's more populist, but it has led to more conservative values than becoming popular, as a matter of fact, compared to the what I would call the libertarian Republicans or the libertarian conservatives. They cared mostly about tax cuts but they didn't care about social issues. And Trump brought in the Republican Party to care about social issues again, with the only exception of social issues that the Republican Party really cared about, at least at a national level, was abortion. But we're seeing more social issues be talked about, like family values. That was a heavy part of the debate that J.D. Vance had with Tim Walz. So.
Okay. On the values part, you're talking about family values. American values is a nation built on immigrants, and Trump has been very staunchly opposed to illegal immigration. That's what he calls it. What are your thoughts on that point of view? Because both candidates have kind of settled along the line of illegal immigration is very bad. What is your? You shook your head. Do you think Harris doesn't view it that way?
You said legal immigration is very bad.
Illegal immigration.
Okay,
I said illegal.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I heard legal.
No.
So, yeah, I would say illegal immigration is terrible. But
why is that?
Because it's unregulated. When while yes, you could say that we are built on the colonists, they came together, they had the British identity. And
Right.
since then, while we had growth, it was always, there's usually been waves. So you usually have a wave of immigration, then you slow down the immigration and give the immigrants time to assimilate to American culture.
Right.
And then you open it back up. What we've seen recently, since I believe the 1960s, has been opening of immigration without that time for assimilation to American culture, which has led to a disconnect. And we're seeing that not just in the United States, but also in Europe, of values of the people, of the citizens who, of the born citizens versus the immigrant citizens.
Right.
And
It takes almost it takes like 2 to 3 generations to where they are assimilated. Most often, would you agree with that? Just real quick.
I mean, yeah, about by
2 or 3.
second
Okay.
or third generation, but you have to do it in a controlled enough manner that way we
Okay.
allow it.
So in that framework, then, why wouldn't we make it easier to have people migrate into this country?
Because we've had the largest movement of people to known history, and we need to give them time to assimilate, because we have not had that yet. We currently have that difference of culture, which is something I talk a lot about on my show, not just about like immigrants versus U.S. citizens, just about the United States in general, is that we've lost our shared culture, which is an essential thing for a nation to actually survive long term.
So you think it's an essential part that they assimilate to the culture?
Yes.
Because I would say their point of view from Mexico and wherever they came from is what makes America so great, is that we don't all think the same way. We all have different opinions. And I would think the assimilation is kind of a sad thing in a way.
They bring parts of their culture, but they have to assimilate to the American way of life, to our system of government, to our values, the way that we value the Constitution, the way that we value our republic in our Republican version system of government where we elect representatives.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking.
And back to the point about illegal immigration. If we have vast amounts of illegal immigration, we have no control over that.
Right.
And not to mention, it has led to illegal immigration, especially over the southern border, has led to an increase of drug trafficking, sex trafficking. So we need to close that down and try to get rid of as much illegal immigration as possible.
All right.
And enforce our borders and our laws, like almost every nation until recent history has done.
Okay, so in case you didn't know, it takes 7 years to become allowed to immigrate into the U.S. 7 years is a long time. A lot of these families are poor; they have no other option, and they're families. What would you suggest for that situation?
The Remain in Mexico policy that we had under Donald Trump.
You would suggest they remain in Mexico where they have a potential to starve.
A lot of people are fleeing from countries far south of Mexico. They come up through Mexico.
Right.
But they have the potential to starve in the United States too. And
they're coming to the United States because of the economic abilities that we have. There's an option here for them. This is a new chance of life. Yeah. There's no cartels here. There's not many cartels.
Well, I mean, there's still gangs.
There's still gangs
stuff, which is basically what cartels are in Mexico. We have our own version of gangs.
Yes, but not as they're not on the street.
Not as rampant.
Yeah,
in
not
most
as
cities. Yes.
Not necessarily as rampant at all. And there's just a lot more opportunities economically for these people.
There's more opportunities.
Yeah. So why would you tell them that they cannot come here now?
They don't have an inherent right to come here.
Why is that?
Because they're not American citizens.
Why does that matter?
Because a nation's first priority is its own citizens, above anything else. It must be responsible for its own citizens before it can help other nations. And we have a lot of problems here. We have a lot of issues with people who are struggling with poverty. And illegal immigration especially cuts those wages down vastly, and it hurts American citizens who are below the poverty line before it hurts anyone else. It helps the people who are in the top 1 to 10%, who get to benefit from cheaper labor than American citizens.
Right.
And it hurts the people who are most marginalized in our communities.
While you're saying that too, like, if we made it easier, those people wouldn't have to worry about that. If we just made it to where they were all legal immigrants, then they would all have to be paid minimum wage. And then there wouldn't be a disparity of people losing their jobs to people who get paid less.
And then that's unfair for the people who waited the 7 years to immigrate. They have to go through a system. We have a system of laws.
Right, but these people already have their job, so why would they lose their job?
Because they attained it illegally. If we're talking about illegal immigration, which is what you posited the question as, inherently by being an illegal immigrant, they are gaining their job illegally. They're not allowed to work here based on any visas, based on any laws. They are inherently being paid under the table.
Right.
And on top of other laws they may or may not be breaking. And then some of them are getting benefits from our welfare program, which I think is wrong because that should be going towards American citizens.
How are they doing that?
Blue states allow it usually.
How? Why? They can't do that if they don't have citizenship.
Places like California and New York have given them benefits. For example, New York has given illegal immigrants housing in several of their old hotels, along with a food credit card or their food voucher card, where they're given a certain amount of money a week. That was real big in the 2023 year, and it was kind of very unregulated in New York City.
1 second. Okay. So yes, California did allow that for all undocumented adults.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just double checking because I hadn't heard that, so I'm like, you know what, I might as well. I should
yeah,
probably
so
check.
They are allowing it,
So
and that's unjust in my opinion.
I would personally say that they are still human.
They're human, yes.
Yeah, they're human, and they have the right to live, like
they
you
have
said,
the right to live,
just like
yes.
a baby. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the right to live, but they don't have the right to live here.
That's a very narrow line that you would draw. This border that we are looking at here.
Yeah.
The position on your world doesn't affect your overall quality of life, and it shouldn't affect how you're treated. Do you agree with that?
What do you mean by that?
So if you're born in Mexico, it shouldn't affect the fact that you deserve to have health care. And just because you move across the line and it's illegal, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be allowed to have that health care.
Well, it's people should be able to pay for healthcare and access healthcare, yes. However, people do not have the right to just move countries. That's never been a thing. Like, just move without any regulation. That has never really been a thing throughout human history.
Okay.
And we have to do it in a just and regulated manner. So, and we're seeing a lot of, even with legal immigrants, they're having the cultural battles, especially in Europe, because they're smaller countries. We're seeing some of it here, even with legal immigrants. They're starting to have that cultural clash, and they're starting to have, especially with the lower classes.
Okay. We're going to talk about some stuff. Nate, do you like cops?
I mean, I think cops are all right, as long as they're doing their job justly.
Okay, great. So the Democratic candidate is a prosecutor. I'm interested in your perspective on that.
I don't think that inherently makes her better or worse. I think her policies and what she has supported as a very progressive left-wing candidate does her no justice.
Yeah, and you were just here when we had the Democrat come in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He disagreed with the fact that she has those progressive policies right now. What were your perspectives on that?
I think that she moderated for the 2020 election because Biden was a very moderate candidate, but you should look at her history above all else before you look at how she's campaigning.
Right.
And in the Senate, which is her most recent political office where she had power to execute things, she was the most one of the, if not the most progressive senator on like an alignment chart. So I think that if given power outside of President Biden, she will go back to her old ways.
What evidence have you seen for that? I mean, I will watch her and I will pull my hair out because she is capitulating to your framework.
Well, I think it's human nature. If you are consistent in something, if that is what you value, you're going to return to that when you don't have the burden of being the number two. When you're not underneath the authority of someone else, you're going to more likely to return to your original framework.
Okay. We're going to talk a bit about the transgender topic.
Okay.
And then, actually, we're going to talk about you mentioned earlier, before we were on air, about genocide. I want to get this in.
Okay.
You said you don't think there's a genocide in Gaza right now.
Not by the legal definition, no. Not.
What would you define it then?
A genocide is the attempt to completely eliminate a people group.
Okay.
Either through actual violence by killing people or through mass sterilization, like we're seeing in China with the Uyghur Muslims, I believe. And based on population projections, Gaza's not having a genocide. They actually have been increasing ever since 1950.
So you think right now, Gaza?
Josh Hawley?
Yeah. You're right now. You're telling me Gaza is having a baby boom.
That's what the projections are saying.
You understand how absurd that is.
They're in a time of war right now, but it's not a genocide. A genocide would be a one-sided thing.
So you think it's a two-sided war right now?
Between the terrorist group Hamas and the nation of Israel, yes.
Okay, so
So the Gazan people, the Palestinians, especially, if innocent Palestinians are not the ones who are fighting it, but the government, which they elected being Hamas back in the, I believe it was 2010s or early 2000s, which they democratically elected Hamas, which is their governing group in the Gazan area, is fighting a war with Israel. Because there was a ceasefire before October 7th of 2023.
right.
And then by attacking Israel in the worst attack since World War II, which is not something I say lightly. I don't like making comparisons to World War II unless absolutely necessary. They perpetuated a war, which I do not believe will cease until either Hamas is dead or Israel is dead.
And the issue with that is that Hamas is not defined as anything except for people in Gaza. At least by the Israeli definition. You see them blow up hospitals. What would you say first? Go for it.
Hamas has a distinct definition. The difference is Hamas, like a lot of terrorists, use innocent civilians as a shield, as a cover. So, and Israel, compared to a lot of countries, actually gives warning to citizens before they attack, which is an unprecedented thing to do. They are an incredibly it is a risky maneuver to tell people, with a few exceptions, that they are about to attack a place. The only thing similar would be the United States before we bombed Japan with the atomic bombs, is that we told people to evacuate cities, with flying over with paper pamphlets and using the radios.
Right. I think you're not getting what I'm trying to say here. So yes, they may have said that, and they may have given warning, but there were still a lot of people in those hospitals, and we're just blowing up the entire thing for some reason.
Because that's where the Hamas terrorists and leaders are.
Yeah, I don't you're killing innocent civilians with the justification of that. And I think at this point, you've said you are right to life.
I'm pro the right to life, yes.
Yeah, you took away those people's rights to life with that bomb because of your calculated decision.
I'm not the one doing it. But
well, absolutely not. I'm not blaming you for anything.
I mean,
I'm saying that's what the Israel government is doing.
If in a perfect and completely just world, I wish that no innocent civilians would die in war. However, unfortunately, war is messy, and you have to do it as justly as possible. However, even in the wars the United States has done, we have killed innocent civilians, whether on purpose or an accident.
And I would say that's bad.
Yeah, I would say you should try to avoid it at all costs. However, Israel, again, I would prefer to talk about the United States, but Israel believes that they are in an existential war.
Can I ask you why you care more about the United States than people living overseas?
Because that's my focus. I'm an American.
Right.
I have more influence over America, and it's a lot easier to conceptually understand what's happening domestically. We see that with just most Americans care much more about domestic issues and what's happening within our soil than what's happening overseas. Most people, and it's a lot easier to comprehend on a rational level. It's hard to understand the impacts of Ukraine or the impacts of Israel, the war, because we don't live there. And it's best and I think it's most easy to comprehend domestic issues.
Right, and that's fair that it's easy to understand and you actually have a say in that. But the United States have a say in all that goes along with the world. And to limit your perspective of our impact to the United States is narrow-minded. We have an impact on the entire world.
I know we have an impact on the entire world.
Yeah, and why wouldn't we care about places outside of us then?
We can, but I think it's easy in order to care about that, we forget about issues happening in our border most often. And I think that's what we see. And also, typically speaking, the foreign policy department of our administration, usually their policy changes very little between presidents. They tend to be a lot more independent.
I would agree with that both sides have very similar foreign affairs policies.
So, just based on the administration and the entrenched people there, I don't think either presidential candidate is really going to change it. And I think we should arm Israel to defend themselves. But again, I don't think this war is going to end unless one side is gone.
And you saying that, the phrasing of that, one side has to be gone.
And I think that, and for me, that means Hamas or Israel.
Right.
Specifically the terrorist group. Israel's okay with leaving the Gazan people in place as long as they're not attacking them. But every time that they have had a ceasefire with Hamas, Hamas has has violated those ceasefires.
Yeah, and say okay, so there's a reason for that, and it's not because they're awful or evil people and they're terrorists. There's a reason for the terrorism. Do you agree? Do you disagree with that? That there's a reason for the terrorism?
I think the reason for the terrorism is that they hate the state of Israel.
Why would they hate the state of Israel?
They've been in war for forever.
Yeah, but why?
It's
like
yeah. I mean,
there's a reason, and it's because
historic back to biblical times.
Yeah, there's a historical back to biblical times, but also of the past 200 years, or not 200 years, for like since World War II, Israel has had a foothold over that territory that they used to call home. So they are, in a sense, what's the correct word? It's like an internment camp. It's an open-air internment camp for them. They're in the Gaza Strip where they were displaced to a different location, and they are stuffed in highly dense populations, and they have to have approval from the Israeli government to get resources.
But they're also allowed to self-govern.
Yeah, they're allowed to self-govern, but they're also very much at the whim of Israel.
I mean, yeah, it's still Israeli territory. However,
yeah, it's Israeli territory, so they may self-govern, but they're also
self-governed. But again, since they keep fighting back, it's not just them.
Should they just lay down and die?
Shouldn't lay down and die. They should, if Hamas is willing to stop trying to kill Jews and Israelis in Israel, there would be no fighting.
Why would Hamas do that if there was no reason?
Oh, Hamas isn't going to do that. They don't care about the people. But
what? You just Hamas very much is killing Israeli fighters.
No, they don't. Hamas doesn't care about the Palestinian people. They're not going to lay down their arms.
Okay, that's your point of view then.
When it comes, you see it through their actions. Whenever Israel grants aid, gives money, brings in resources, Hamas takes it for themselves. They do not give it to the Palestinian people.
Were you aware that Israel doesn't allow sugar to go into Gaza because it is a terrorist weapon device?
I wasn't aware about the specifics of sugar. No,
sugar, very much household items that could be used for food, are considered terrorism weapons and devices, and they're classified. We're gonna move on. I just wanted to say that finally.
Yeah.
We have 25 minutes to speak.
Okay.
Plenty of time, but
what if I take a drink of water real quick?
Go for it, absolutely.
It's a lot to talk,
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second here.
Do we want to talk about some of the other amendments on the ballot, or what do you want to talk about?
I was going to mention about the Supreme Court. No, never mind. That's not it. So what are your feelings right now, currently, about the election? Do you think Trump will win this election right now?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know, I'm a political science major. I'm in the current elections class. I've been watching it, and I've been reporting on it every week in my show. It's the biggest segment I do every week, and it depends on how the swing states vote. So it's and based on polling, those are 50-50. So if anyone has a quarter, we could coin flip it, and I'll call it based on heads is Trump, tails is Harris, and that'll be my prediction for the show. But
okay, great.
But
I just wanted a bit of a breather before we got into another serious topic.
I think regardless, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
If that's not clear enough, I think that no matter what happens, God is still sovereign over all, and He will protect. And it might not be great, but He's in control, and I trust in Him above any politician.
Yeah. I find religion to be a very valuable instrument for living people's lives, and I would never say anything negative about any religion ever. And obviously there's times where it comes off of people bashing religion, and I don't want you to feel like we're doing that at all. We're to talk about gay LGBT rights and Donald Trump's presidency. Okay. Do you agree with how he's handling the transgender topic, or how the party's shifted to aggressively attack transgender youth and people?
What do you mean by aggressively attack?
Aggressively, I'd say rhetoric that describes that they shouldn't be alive.
I don't think anyone is. I have not heard anyone saying they shouldn't be alive. What I've heard is that they shouldn't be
that they shouldn't be
competing in women's sports, or
We're moving away from that. I don't care about women's sports right now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the exclusive idea that women transgender women should not, or women and men, of course, should not be allowed in society today, especially with like they're indoctrinating the youth idea and they are evil. Do you not understand what I'm talking about?
Well, you said that we said they shouldn't be alive. No one
Yeah.
no one has said that.
There is rhetoric of we will eliminate the transgender agenda. What would that look like? I can't see that. You go ahead and answer.
I mean, I think we shouldn't allow it in women's sports. I think women should be given their own spaces, like bathrooms and sports. You know, I think that we should wait until 18 before medically transitioning anyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Republicans have spent over $21 million of ads about transgender people. Most voters do not consider this a pressing issue. Transgender people are a small minority. Why is it such an important issue for Republicans?
I think it's an important issue because we've seen it in sports. It's just been very in the media recently.
Right.
We've seen it in accusations in the Olympics and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But no one's calling for their eradication. I don't know what you're.
You wouldn't say that the Republican Party is anti-transgender as a whole.
We're not trying. I mean, we're trying to limit it, but not trans children. But
right. Why? Okay. Why is that the priority, though? Isn't there so many other pressing issues?
I think it's one of the pressing issues. It's impacting our children the most. We're seeing a lot higher deviation in that.
Is that a bad thing?
It's unusual.
Is that a bad thing?
They have higher rates of suicidality.
Yeah, if they're not allowed to have gender assignment care.
Actually, the suicidality is the 50% mark is the same pre and post surgery, so it doesn't change based on the gender affirming care.
I would say that's a statistic that's very debated on both sides, and neither of us are going to agree on that.
I haven't seen a change. I haven't seen a statistic that says it dramatically decreases.
I haven't seen the statistic that says it stays the same. I mean, we're going to just disagree on that one, but that mark still is that why it's a bad thing? Is because they're sad? Is that why it's just depression?
It's not inherent. It's not inherently just because of the depression. I think it's a sign of something else. But
what is it a sign of?
I think it's a. I mean, this is a personal. This is not talking about the party thing. This is just me talking as a human. I think it's a sign that something else is wrong outside of that, and it is the expression that they are trying to change in order to try to fix whatever is internally wrong, but it's not working. Would be my opinion.
So you think there's something wrong with trans people?
What do you mean by that? It's
that's what you said.
Yeah.
You said you said there's something internally wrong.
I think
with
that's
them.
what's I think that there's some trauma they likely went through. That's the extent that's leading to.
So you're saying that trans people have went through trauma?
A statistically high number of them have been sexually abused.
Right, but that's
that's trauma. I don't know.
That's
we
kind
talked
of
about it earlier. That's trauma.
Yeah, that is trauma, and you're right. But I will say, saying that trans people are abused is kind of a monolithic type of statement. That is kind of a
decent percentage of them.
Yeah. Is that like? Does that mean that they're like bad to have? Like, do you think it's bad to have transgender people in today's like society?
I mean, I don't think. I definitely don't think we should be transing children, and I think that people should be seeking help.
Right, but if it's an adult, what do you care?
If they're, going into women's spaces, usually, yeah. I think that we're seeing a lot of that. Women are feeling uncomfortable with that. That's why we have movements such as Riley Gaines swimming, and we had Chloe Cole on last year as a speaker.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I did watch the Chloe Cole, admittedly not in person because I'm not that type of person, but I did look at what she said. Yeah, of course. And I would say a lot of times you have people who have an agenda to push that is anti-trans or anti-LGBT, and they come out of the experience of questioning their sexuality or their gender as a terrible thing to ever do, when it's just a fact of life that sometimes you may question your sexuality. And I think that if you were to go through a situation like that, you shouldn't then go out and say that other people are bad for doing that.
I think more so, what you are seeing is they're not saying that if you're having struggles that you're bad, but you're saying that the industry is predatory. Because a lot of at least studies that I've seen show that oftentimes when given treatment that isn't about, changing your physical makeup, you tend to be more likely to grow out of this and do something else if you're able to move past whatever is causing it.
Right. You watched the last election. Or not the last election, the last debate, excuse me. Donald Trump mentioned during that one that Kamala Harris is allowing prisoners to do gender-affirming surgery. Trump also allowed that during his presidency. Why would he put that on an issue of a president who hasn't reached that mantle yet?
I think it's because Trump himself is also shifting. That's how the party has shifted. Like, that's what we're seeing. That's what we saw in Virginia. That's how the party is shifting, and that kind of thing is being done more so in Democrat-leaning states than it is in Republican-leaning states. And Harris, as the envoy, as the one who just is the person who represents all the democratic values. That's why he was putting it on her.
So, don't you think that's an unfair thing to do, though, considering that he did that?
I think it's an unfair thing to do, and I don't think it should be done.
Okay. I don't think it's necessarily like an evil thing to give prisoners health care. I don't find that to be an evil thing, but I do find it particularly disingenuous to mock a candidate for doing that when, one, she isn't the president and can't do that, and one, you have done that.
I would say that's politics, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't like the system, but that's how it's played right now.
And you mentioned a lot about...
you saw the same thing under the Trump administration. Everyone blamed him for, quote, putting kids in cages, but a lot of that was Obama-era policy. So it's not a one-side thing. It's both sides do that kind of thing, where we blame the current president or current candidate who represents that
Right.
versus the person who did it before and put that policy in place. I don't think it's an inherently good or just thing.
So we're going to ask two more questions.
Okay.
One is about the kids in cages thing. We're going to ask that after this next question. And I think the kids in cages thing is a very important thing to ask about, especially on the immigration policy, which we did talk about a little bit, but I feel like we could have talked about more.
Well, can we talk about some more Missouri issues particularly? I'd like to talk about some of these other amendment issues.
What Missouri issue would you like to talk about?
I would like to talk kind of about the sports betting, honestly, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 2 and 5. We haven't talked about those.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Go for what your thoughts on 2 was.
It's bad. We shouldn't do it.
I think
sports betting, should not happen. I think gambling as a vice should not be allowed in our Constitution, and it's being sold like all gambling is, as a false bill of goods. They're saying that using funds from Amendment 2 and Amendment 5, they're going to use that to fund education, which was the same logic they used in the 1990s when we passed casinos. But what we see in the language is that it's non-exclusive funding. So what they do is, instead of requiring the state of Missouri to keep funding education at the same levels that it is now, they're going to instead replace that with the money that comes in from the sports betting, and then use the money that currently is set aside for education towards something else.
Nate,
so it's a false bill of goods.
I absolutely agree with you. I would say sports betting is okay in practice, but I think using the idea of it funding schools to be inherently bad, and I don't like the idea of schools being funded off of gambling in general. I don't like. I very much agree with you on that end.
And I also think it's disturbing that we would use that we try to get a constitutional amendment to constitutionally say that this casino boat at the Lake of the Ozarks constitutionally needs to be there.
Yeah, is that 5?
That's 5.
And
that's one is unclear on how the regulations will work, which I also dislike about our current amendment system, is that you get a very small blurb, and then especially like we saw this with the marijuana one, and then you get hundreds of pages of Constitution based off of a very small blurb in comparison.
Yeah.
And I think that's bad, and especially when it comes to something like gambling. I don't like gambling as a thing in our society. It doesn't provide any economic value to. It just benefits the casino owners. It benefits the house, and it takes money away from, instead of a legitimate business which would reinvest money into the community with jobs and with an actual beneficial product or service. Gambling does nothing other than give you a high, basically a gambling high, and then don't, and then
Yeah.
money doesn't get reinvested anywhere. It just goes to the rich. And
I would say that's a very valid point that it does go to the rich, but also just like I don't find anything necessarily wrong with the act of gambling or sports betting. I think it would be more of an inherent value to those who are addicted. I find the addiction, the attack on those who are addicted to gambling to be despicable, and I don't support that.
Well, we shouldn't attack those who are
Yeah.
addicted.
We shouldn't.
yeah.
We shouldn't.
But I also don't think we should
I feel like we are doing that. in this,
constitutionally
yeah.
legalize like ways that'll make it worse for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we should, try to have programs in our society to help them, but we need to do it in a righteous manner.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you about Proposition A, and then
Okay.
we'll do the border
Proposition
one.
A, okay.
Yeah. What were your thoughts on Proposition A, considering how much it would impact young people in general, young people who are minimum wage employees?
I think long term it's going to hurt us more than it helps anybody.
Why is that? Because you would see, like, it is a slow build, and currently we're seeing it being people are unable to live off of minimum wage. Do you think, why is it bad to you, I guess?
Because minimum wage increases as a whole are
Uh-huh.
associated with job loss and increased prices across the board.
But they're also linked with with people increasing in value, like they have more money to spend.
They have more money, but as
Yeah.
a whole, you see what happens to workers when minimum wage is increased.
Mhm.
It's not usually a firing. People
Right.
typically either hours are cut, which means that they're making the same amount of money as they would have on the previous minimum wage.
Right, but
Or people aren't getting replaced, meaning that
Mhm.
we have less people working.
Right.
And then it doesn't just impact prices because the people at the lowest ring are getting pay increases, but everyone has to get a pay increase.
Right.
And then all prices, because labor is one of the largest things that go into the cost of a product. You'll see inflation of products just skyrocket,
yeah,
which will hurt them in the long run and just leave them in the same place as they are now.
you could say that, but you could also say that they could afford it. People who are in charge, people who are in charge of businesses, they can afford to pay people $13.50 an hour and be fine. Especially larger corporations like a Walmart or a Hy-Vee. Would you disagree with that idea?
I would say that as a whole, most grocery stores make a very slim margin of profit.
Okay.
Like that's just statistically seen. But again, as you see, it's not those costs aren't usually eaten up by the corporations. You can't work in the ideal. You got to see
Right.
how things work in reality. And in reality, those costs are passed on to the consumer, who these minimum wage people are, making it worse for them overall. And you see an increase of increase the price of products and services just in every facet of society. So it hurts everyone more than it helps.
All right. We are being told constantly that we are going too far and too long, and we're going to
I'm
end up
sorry.
wrapping it up. No, it's okay. You're absolutely okay. I should have ended it sooner.
Yeah.
You're listening to 88.7 KTRM Kirksville, Missouri. We're going to send you over to the booth. I'm Vince Jones. Had a nice chat with Nate Boyd. Nate Boyd, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You should tune into Shades of Red at 1 p.m. Thursdays. Or I'm looking for people to be on to actually have discussions like this every week if people are interested.
Okay, great. We're going to send you over to Toby. Toby, how you feeling? All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I know we have an interview with Shade. But like, we're just gonna like, they're just gonna like agree. And, like, I get it, but still.
Yeah. It depends on what you mean by reproductive health care, because oftentimes abortion is tied into that. So what do you mean by that?
Like birth control.
There are experiences where women are unfortunately dying to sepsis and they can't be helped until they're in a dying state, which is too late. And I would consider that under reproductive health care because it's not
I would, if the child dies, which is a miscarriage, and that's different than abortion, that's a different thing, and they should be helped regardless. What my thing is, when it comes to medical intervention, the goal should be to, if at all possible, to preserve both the life of the mother and the child. But you shouldn't intentionally kill the child. So. child dies in miscarriage and isn't naturally delivered, it's nothing in Amendment 3 would prevent them from being removed.
But under like definition of those, it
Yeah.
would be an abortion
It,
by taking
it,
out
it, would- no, abortion by definition is the intentional killing of a child in the womb. So there's a difference between removing the carcass of the dead child and intentionally going and killing the dead child. They are completely different in intention.
But some abortions are labeled as abortions with
And I think those are a mislabeling, and you can it's a clear difference in intention of the procedure. Again, my thing is if you're intentionally killing the child, that's wrong. If you're trying to save both the life of the mother and the child unfortunately dies as tragic, but not happy. Now, I don't prefer happy case. Unfortunately, the reality is sometimes because you're in shock. You should try to, and in all cases it will. And a lot of what we're seeing in sepsis cases is not from abortion or natural miscarriage. It's usually from the abortion pill, taking it 2 months compared to when it's supposed to be taken, and you see that kind of sepsis.
And like, I understand that, but we had it on the topic list, and like, it's supposed to be newer stuff, so I can't just like.
Then you just go have a kid roll it sometime.
I can't, I'm sorry. I know I sucked. Especially on that part, because I was like, man, whatever. This politics stuff hit hard.
Lovely. How are you?
About yourself, did you listen to the interview at all? Okay, I'm glad. I don't think it was like awful, but I do think I could have been better.
I didn't even listen to the interview. I was
It's true.
well,
I didn't.
I don't know how that happened.
I didn't talk to him about the Students for Communism, thinking it was a sham.
Okay, then that question came out of nowhere. Wait, what? What question?
I love that question. Hey, Toby, I'm gonna try to find her number and I'm gonna call her. Not yet. I told you after the call.
Yes.
Don't forget the clock hours too. For this.
Oh, did I mention? I'm not even doing this. I'm just doing this because I like to.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, Toby, I'm looking it up now. I convinced him. We all kind of did though. Thanks to one man in this room.
The thing is,
Yeah, that's probably my fault.
No, it was mostly me being a bad student.
yeah, that's kind of how I am. Sir, honestly,
I've
notes
s-
and everything are great. You're a great speaker. And you're
Oh,
honest
it.
about things. No, I'm not trying to kiss your ass. Generally, you are one of the better guys.
No, he would never do that.
You got a little brown something right here.
Oh yeah, no, that's
Toby,
no, I think
did you send me her number in our chat or is it in the election chat?
and I say that comparing you to a few of the well, it's nice having teachers who actually a professor who isn't
You give her a call or tell her to go live and do a countdown while on the phone. She knows you're gonna call at 10:30. Yeah, but darn it. Where is it? I can't. Okay, thank you. 5-second minute. Shoot, not 2-2. No, stop. 660 216 7. Okay. 7994. Hello?
Shade.
Hey Shade, this is Vincent. I'm with KTRM, TMN. We're doing the interview. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. 1 second here.
Oh, she's not coming in?
She's not coming in. Dr. Self said you were a chicken. If you.
Oh, get out of here. I would have come in. They didn't tell me. I totally would have.
Actually, 1 second. Could you come in at like 11?
Yeah, I could run over there real quick.
Hey, Toby. Toby, can she just come in at 11? Okay. Can you just come to Barnett Hall 1221?
I know exactly where to come to. I
Okay.
think so.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye. Okay. All right, Nick.
Peace, I'm out.
Nick, come and join the three-way table here. We're just gonna go over quickly what's going on. Just like split it between me and Nick.
I can leave if you want me to.
I mean, do you want to leave? You don't have to. I don't care. Okay. I moved it to get the phone.
Oh.
You didn't even think of like calling her in, Toby? That's wild. Okay, we're gonna do a quick rundown of all the things that's going on right now in the country.
That's a lot of things.
Did Aiden update the map most recently?
Yes, Aiden. What? I think Kamala's not here. I got it.
She's at 192.
Kamala.
Harris. I'm sorry, I thought that was
Anything
No,
else I
you
need to
didn't
fill in
fuck it up.
on the map?
I understand. It's upsetting to have me do it too.
No, I mean,
And like, I would have probably.
What do I need to fill in on that?
Okay, so Colorado, firm blue. New Mexico,
Is blue.
full blue.
Full blue.
That is where we've got our 192.
Okay, so that's the only one that changed so far.
Yeah.
North
everything else
Carolina is dark red.
Everything else is still leaning red. Virginia's still leaning red. Nevada, we have nothing else.
Okay.
To be fair, Nevada's like 3 cities, so
Yeah,
like
they're still blue.
Oh, still blue. Okay.
Yeah, they're blue.
And North Carolina filled in.
Yes, North Carolina is red.
North Carolina firm red. Virginia is leaning Harris. So is Pennsylvania is leading Donald Trump as we get closer down the line. So likely a win for Donnie.
Michigan's still blue.
Michigan is red.
red. Leaning red.
Leaning red.
Minnesota is blue.
You heard it here, folks.
Okay. Hey, we're gonna count down real quick. We're gonna just have Nick hop in when we're ready. Okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, welcome back to 88.7 KTRM Kerrsville, Missouri. I'm with I'm with Elowyn Wells. My name is Vinny Jones. Elowyn, how's things going?
Well, as the night continues, I'm getting more tired every second, but I am here for the long run.
A quick update on the electorates. Kamala Harris has 192 to Donald Trump's 230. Over the break, we saw a bunch of states get confirmed. New Mexico going to blue, which is a big one there. There's a path to victory still for both candidates, the swing states being Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is leaning for Donald Trump with 77% reporting by 200,000 votes. Georgia, which went blue last year, last election, is currently at 51% for Donald Trump by 100,000 votes. Wisconsin is 100,000 votes for Donald Trump. Pretty consistent. Minnesota, with 47% reporting, is up by 200,000. Nevada, we have no information on Nevada, so that's fun. On the constitutional amendments, Elowyn, what do we have?
Well, for amendment number 2, we've got 47% reporting yes and a 52% no. So it's looking like it's going to be a no for amendment 2. Amendment 3, we've got 50% for yes and 49% for no. So it is really close. Both by 0.5%. So really, it takes just a little to go either way. Amendment number 5, we've got 45% yes, 54% no, so leaning towards more of a no. Amendment 6, 38% for yes and 61% for no, breaking that 50-40 path we just established earlier. And then for amendment number 7, we've got 67% yes and 32% no. Along with Proposition A, we have 56% yes and 43% no. A lot of these amendments and propositions are pretty close, around 50-50, but with some distinction.
Yeah, and these reporting-wise so far, not even half of the precincts have reported it yet, so there's still likelihood to have a different result at the end of election. Until then, we have an interview with Shade, who is the manager and owner of the Ducom. It'll be an interesting conversation. She is a delegate for the DNC, so it's going to be a fun conversation we're going to have, and we'll see how she's feeling about tonight, which I think will be very fun. So stay tuned in for that. I'm Vince Jones, Helen Wells, having a great time in Barnett. You're listening to 88.7 KTRM, Kirksville, Missouri, The Edge, sending you back into the booth for some music.
The booth is so boring. At the beginning of the night, we saw
No, I'm fueled on rage now.
with your interview.
Nick, I'm about to crucify you.
Oh boy. It's all
Oh
learning
yeah, it
experience.
is on camera too, but whatever.
No, we do not promote murder around here. Oh, fantastic. Hello to our viewers.
Sound off in the chat.
They keep telling me to say sound off in the chat, but I don't know what that means. Surely not.
I said sound off in the chat, and now we're
Guys, please sound off in the chat.
We want to hear your thoughts about how this election is going.
Yeah, that's a good thing to ask. How are you guys feeling? Mr. Stark. Nick, thank you for your energy change, but since Shade is coming in at 11, there'll be no me and you, which is sad and to think about. Tone what down? The vibe? No, the vibe's okay.
13! Rising up.
Guys,
We're
it's
telling-
happening.
I told you, because I told them to sound off, they're not sounding off.
Thank you, Aiden. Oh, good.
That's hype.
And
I hope they didn't catch the Nate Boyd conversation. I think
when Nate was
a.
Don't get yourself up.
What?
when Nate was on, we were at 8.
I mean, that's only like 4 people.
We're losing over a third of our viewers.
Guys, calm down.
It's not ad-
I know. I know you're just joking around.
Fuck. I feel so bad for having to talk about abortion and like doing a poor job of it.
Learning experience.
I know, but I should be good at it already.
No.
Shut the fuck up, Nick. I'm so talented. I'm tired, Nick, and I did fail. So I don't even like. I'll watch it back and be like, I had a good point, and he kind of just froze.
I think he was mulling over things. I do that sometimes. You just want to take a moment to like think out how you're going to say things, phrase things. 'Cause
Yeah, but it looks bad. I should have asked him about if he thought democracy was a sham. I was going to at the end, but there was so many other things. I mean, yeah, but it's like important to talk about it too. Like, I don't think I was that upset. I think I was more upset at myself for like letting it slide. Is it not? I mean, it's Georgia.
You said Georgia?
Bro, literally.
No, leaning red.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's leading red by 200,000 votes.
You said Michigan.
It's at 81%. There's
oh,
no
I'm
chance.
Sorry. I don't know.
Minnesota's done.
Oh, we got confirmation on something. She's at 205. Looking, I don't know. Oh, she got Virginia.
Let's go.
George Washington?
How close is
It's 100,000 votes.
Wow. I, from how it's going and what I've seen with the trend, I think Pennsylvania is possibly.
I mean,
Also me being wishful myself.
yeah, well,
Did you ever live in Pennsylvania?
I don't know. I lived in Colorado and recently lost faith in it. It's going blue.
why isn't New Hampshire confirmed blue? It's 70%, like 75% reported, and they're up by like 200,000.
It's just New Hampshire's got like one town that's got like.
What did I do? Did I? Oh, on the air? Oh, well.
It's the same with Colorado, right?
Hello?
It's a one-woman show.
Colorado's got, basically Denver, and everyone lives in Denver. I grew up there. It's super densely populated, so most of everything focuses on that one city, and then maybe you'll have like some stuff in Colorado Springs and some stuff in, what was it? Sorry,
That's okay.
Yeah, no, it's just one of those where the big old state, big state, most of the ones I see listen. The one that really surprised me was there was a city that voted red, Miami.
Okay.
I know, it's weird because Miami's gone blue before most often, but Miami, the actual city, went red, which is super weird and honestly not concerning, but it's I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, just surprising from past history, I suppose.
Why is it taking so long for this
I love
to
looking at
change?
Texas.
Like, I know it's gonna be blue. Why is it taking so long?
I love looking at Texas on the map. This is like little blue meteorites
Oh yeah.
in the middle of like.
Red.
Although, okay, I was so hyped when, for a hot second, I got the shade in Texas is blue.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw it blue for a hot second.
It
I
was
like,
blue for a while.
bro,
Like,
imagine if Texas and California switched and California went red and Texas went blue.
I think we would be living in a simulation. I low-key would not.
Yo, what happened here?
You've entered the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone, yeah.
Picture in there. He's left Texas.
I can see now the man who's been
Oh, yay!
I have the questions up here. I can just hand them to you if you want to read them over before you go on camera.
The very first one, let's cut that one.
You want to cut that one? Okay.
Just because I can't see it. Yes. So,
Yeah, I didn't write anything.
I like it. I just try to see it.
to go until like
Oh, yeah.
11:30 or 11. Right?
Where's your questions again? Right there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it.
Okay, great. You were a delegate at the DNC, right?
I
I'm not making that
was.
up in my head.
No, you are not.
Great.
Vinny, this is like you're recovering right now.
Yeah, that'll be
Yeah,
easy. You
it'd,
had
be, it'd be a nice change of pace
Send you
after
a
like
long one.
losing my mind. I like.
It's so important to have talks when you disagree with each other.
Yeah.
But also,
That's why 5 of you guys came into my room last night and started messing with me.
yeah, well, we did it in bad faith.
All right.
You're so lucky I ran out of soup.
Hey, Toby. Are you good to go now? Okay, great. We'll count down to 10 and we'll go.
All right.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everyone listening. I'm Vince Jones, working for TMN. You're listening to 88.7 KTRM, Kirksville, Missouri, or you're watching us live on the live stream. I'm with Shade. How are you doing today, Shade?
Fabulous.
How are you feeling so far about the election?
It's been an interesting evening. It's giving me feelings of 2016, which isn't the best, but I think we're all seasoned and can handle a night like this.
So you wanted to talk about the amendments for Missouri, because Missouri went red, and we're currently waiting to see how Constitutional Amendment 3 went. How do you feel about that? How Missourians can vote for Donald Trump, but then still vote for Amendment 3?
I feel pretty positive about Amendment 3. It's a correlation that we've seen in years past where our electorate is really pursuing Republican candidates, but they are voting for progressive policies. And I think that's where we're seeing a disconnect in some of our education on our candidates and what's happening. People, when you get to talk about policies, you really get to feel you get to know how people feel. You know where they're falling. And whenever you're talking about your people, that's quite a bit more emotional process when you're relating yourself to a human being rather than what you want to happen to your family, to your extended family, to your neighbors and those people, and how you want your community to react. So sometimes I feel like that's like a pretty big disconnect. We're seeing that in Florida. They have a 60% threshold rule where they have abortion on the ballot, but it's not going to pass this evening because they have to reach that 60% rather than a 50% rule. So we're seeing some issues that are putting those progressive policies back, or more, liberal policies back, maybe whichever way you want to look at it. And it's way your state's set up, which is going to allow people to vote the way they want to do, or if that's going to hold them back from those results. So I think we're seeing that with a lot of policies. We're obviously seeing that with Missouri tonight, and it's a reflection of results we've seen in the past for sure.
Yeah, and as of right now, it looks to be passing, knock on wood. It's at 53 to 46 with 1 million people voting yes and 900,000 people voting no. So it's very close. And unlike Missouri, which was originally blue and then flipped red and stayed hard red at the end of it. So given the Missouri climate, how would you describe Kirksville's political environment?
I think Kirksville's pretty consistent in the previous years. It comes down to a lot to your representation. If you see some people in your community that are talking about the things that are important to you or bringing up issues that you haven't seen a candidate talk about, then it's going to lead you to look more in their direction. But when you've got the same message, the same people, the same representation year after year, especially in your state house and your state senate, it leads you to kind of think that there's not another option, that there's nobody else out there that's talking about your foreign land ownership, that's talking about your local control issues, that's talking about your water issues. And a lot of rural people are looking at that, whether you're in a rural or an urban area, a lot of people are looking at that. And there are more issues that are affecting your day-to-day life than sports and what people want to say about women's sports and what people want to say about bathrooms.
Right.
What's going to stop you from getting clean water, or what's going to stop you from flushing your toilet? Doesn't matter what bathroom you're using if you can't flush your toilet.
And I think that's very poignant, especially after the conversation we just had with Nate Boyd from Shades of Red. It's just a nice change of pace. You attended the Democratic National Convention. I would describe the energy there. What was it like to go to such a big event?
It was fabulous. I was a delegate in 2020 and fully anticipating to attend the convention, and obvious there were things that held us from doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a completely virtual convention, and the way the Democrats ran the 2020 convention, I was impressed with. It kept that energy going, and the way they moved into the 2024 convention was electrifying, I've got to say. Watching the diversity of the individuals there, the combined enthusiasm between people, the way the DNC moved and grooved throughout the days to make sure that it was a special event, an easy event, made sure protesters stayed away. Like, we just didn't have to deal with them at all if you were taking the right buses.
Right.
And it was so amazing to see the Democratic Party come together after such an interesting time to be a Democrat, such an interesting time to go through this electoral process. Kamala rose to the occasion. Our Democrats rose to the occasion. Republicans rose to the occasion, and really showed us what it means to stand behind an extremely qualified candidate for the highest level in office of our land.
Does the Harris campaign feel any different the other ones you worked with?
I would say this is like the most paralleled. In 2016, I was a Truman student. I was entering my senior year of college. It was 2 weeks in. I had a fellow Truman alumni grad call me, Taylor Thompson, and he said, "You want to come work on the Clinton campaign out in Nevada? We're looking for field organizers." And so I left school. I went out there. I worked as a field organizer on the first women's campaign for presidential election in the United States, which was fabulous. It was an eye-opening experience to go to a swing county and a swing state to work on something like that. And we won that county by 0.1%. The state barely went. The state did not go for Clinton, but our county did, and it was incredible to watch, but it was also so devastating to go through. And I think that we've got to keep those parallels in focus here, that as much as we want our country to be ready for a woman president, I sit there and I have to think, and I remember that there are a lot of people that are not willing to make that decision. They're not willing to cast that vote. Even when the two women that we have had run for president, and I'm not calling this election that yet, it's pretty early, I'm going to say, they've been the most qualified two women, qualified two individuals. I wouldn't even say, I wouldn't even not go close to women, most qualified individuals that we have had run for office. And I hope that we can credit that. You asked me what the difference is on these. I think there's a lot of similarities to them. We have completely different social media ages, kind of between 2016 and 2024. And not to discredit 2022, but the way we are interacting with these elections is exciting, and it makes me hopeful for our younger generations always. Now I'm like, suddenly I'm older, oh my gosh. And watching them interact with it and what it means, and being able to, I think it matters a lot when politicians seem closer. And they're not these enigmas that are faraway creatures. Everyone is like, all of these politicians are people that we know in our own lives. It's nobody different than your neighbor or somebody else. They're just somebody that's been elected.
Right.
And so I think between these elections and these candidacies, I think we're seeing Democrats really connect with people a little bit more. I definitely think they seem more humanizing. Maybe that's just the side that I'm on. But we're going out there and we're going to ice cream shops and we're talking to people, and we're getting down there, we're talking to kids, and really electrifying the youth. And that's what Kamala has done, and I think it has been organic in social media, which has built a base around her, and I think that organic build is so important, and I think that's been the biggest difference I've seen. I don't think we can rely on social media at all, or even close to, for what we think, how we think the election's gonna go. But I think it can create a environment where it's easier for people to get involved, it's easier for people to see those candidates as real individuals, especially when you get their families involved and humanize it.
Yeah, and the vibes for Kamala Harris's campaign this year was very positive, which is like a stark change to what we've experienced in past years. Could you speak more to that?
Well, the Democrats, in a lot that they talked about at the convention was this word joy. That's what we're about. We're about joy. It's bringing people together. They talk about the Democratic Party a lot as being a big tent party. And I think it's so much easier and so much nicer when you bring people in than whenever you decide to exclude them. You tell people what they can or what they can't do. Why not let people just live and do their thing and make it easy? Just make sure they can buy a house and make sure they can provide for their family. Those child tax credits and Kamala's position on a potential $25,000 first-time homebuyers credit. Those are the real issues that, like, we want to hear. We don't want to hear about ideas of a plan, which is what we're going to get, is with him is potential plans. We're just going to be, like, irritated at other people.
Right.
But instead, like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do for small business owners? What are we going to do for the people? Like, I'm somebody that would like to take advantage of a first-time homebuyer credit. I'm a millennial that, the housing market isn't the best, but there's somebody that has ideas, and there's somebody that has plans.
Why do you think the narrative wasn't on that type of issue? Like, you mentioned the housing credit. Why do you think there was kind of why wasn't that like a key focus for the Kamala campaign, I guess?
You know, I think it was. I think they talked about it a lot. But when you've got so many other issues and so many other talking points that people want to focus on, it's hard to push that message through. And that's what the campaign's about. It's like breaking through that noise and how to get those important messages through to voters. I think they got through, but I don't know if they've like pushed it, because I think a lot of people, and I know a lot of people go, well, you're going to promise that to me. You're going to tell me that's what you want to do. But is that going to happen?
Right.
And Kamala got a lot of discredit. A lot of people want to say, oh, well, and I see this on Facebook or social media going, oh, well, she had 4 years to do all this.
Right.
I think a lot of us are forgetting our civics classes and what vice presidential duties are. It doesn't mean that rhetoric isn't important. It doesn't mean that kind of rhetoric doesn't break through to people. And they listen to, well, she didn't do anything for 4 years.
Right.
And sometimes if you're not putting your mind in the spot of an undecided voter, you may not notice how important or how swaying some of those messages are.
Okay. Thank you so much. We got one more question for you. It's
Absolutely.
just more of like, what have you been up to tonight? I mean, it's been such a stressful night. Everyone's so stressed with the election, especially if you're worried it's not going to go your way. What do you do to cope? What do you do to have fun with the stressful environment you're in?
Deep breathing exercises. Tonight I have been gathering with our local Democratic club, and we all got together to watch election results, which is kind of the thing. I enjoy being around other individuals. Most of my election cycles I've been at different election parties, and I think that is a great space to be around. I think it's good to talk to your friends, talk to your family, the ones that are supportive. Hopefully, like, we have family that we can talk to regardless, or your friends. And it's gonna keep you grounded. For me, that has really helped me this evening is the Amendment 3 that is prevailing in the state of Missouri. A lot of things are going differently. What that's told me a lot is year-round organizing is important. Talking to your friends and your neighbors, telling them the struggles you've been through, being open about that stuff. It's hard, but when people know and they feel closer to those things, it feels like it's a little easier to talk about it. So that's what I've been doing tonight, being around my friends, texting everybody, trying to stay online and offline as much as possible, and being excited to be here with KTRM.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming out tonight, especially so late.
Oh, absolutely. This is my time of the night.
Yeah. We're going to send it over to the booth. If you're listening to 88.7 KTRM Kirksville, Missouri. And how's it going in the booth, Toby? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's not looking good, though. Like, 3 is still up by 1,000 votes, which is like... Like, they'd call 3?
I saw a thing where they were celebrating, which might be a little early, but...
I did see LON jump and, like, give a hug with someone. Is that because 3 passed?
Yeah. 3 passed.
Is that, like, during... Okay. How did I not know about this?
I didn't want to interrupt. I was going to say
It was a little bit, I think, before we got on, but...
it was actually right as you guys got on. And I was going to say something, but...
You totally could have.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt. I thought I'd be rude.
The last time I called in to KTRM was in 2016, and I was leaving our polling place, and I was a wreck.
I can imagine.
Oh, Toby, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much.
Nick, do you want to do a quick rundowns of the things that have passed? I guess it's just 3. Or no, and 7. So, yeah, 3 and then the really bad 7. I mean, yeah, we could do a quick rundown. I mean, like, we could just be done, too. I mean, yeah, I would just like to have something to talk to. Sports betting looks to be passing, though.
Sports betting's passing?
Yeah, it's at 53%, yes.
Let's go gambling.
Apparently. What a day. Okay. I mean, could have been better night. Wage the minimum wage. That looks like, yeah. Wage is gonna.
That
go
Harris
up.
is at like 2 or 4.
What?
Oh well, yeah. And then Alaska's probably gonna go to Trump, so that's like 233.
Yeah. Hello. I think we're kind of done for the night. We did our big interviews. Dude, 3 passed though.
Yeah.
Thank God. My name's Vinny Jones. I was here for a lot of this election night. Ellen Wells walking around. She was also here, along with Nick, who just showed up and apparently just.
I've been vibing.
We've been wasting his talents for sure.
Yeah. I helped produce a lot of this show.
I did
all that.
He did all of that. Elowen helped out a lot. I was really struggling initially to just get everything sorted out. It felt like a lot of it was on me, and I was really stressed and really procrastinated a lot of the work. Elowen really helped get the Democrats here. She took lead over the interviews with Jay and Colleen, which I really appreciated a lot because it's a lot of talking to do, and I'm not very good at that. So we are gonna conclude tonight. We're gonna say real quick Amendment 3, which is the one that we've all progressives in here have been clinging to hope on. It did pass at 53.1 yes, and that's 84% reporting. Along with Amendment 7, which is ranked choice voting. So people apparently hate ranked choice voting, which was disguised as non-citizen voting. So we're going to send it off. We really appreciate all you guys who listened in, especially throughout our difficulties. I think it took until after Colleen's interview to have audio that was consistent. We really appreciate you guys sticking through. Ella?
Thank you for supporting student media.
Thank you for supporting student-powered radio, student-powered live streams. We're going to send it over. This is TMN signing off. I'm Vince Jones, along with...
Aiden Klein.
Ellen Wells.
Nick Cooper.
And our
wait, you should come up here.
Yeah! The person that's been running behind the camera the whole time.
All right, give him a bow. Give him a bow.
Toby Parker.
Oh, yeah.
Toby
And
Parker in the
Truman.
booth.
Toby Parker in the booth.
There's a lot of people we'd like to thank.
Yeah.
We can't thank all of them, but seriously, for everyone in the booth, thank you all so much for your time. It means a lot.
Toby.
It's great.
Thank you to our special guests.
Yeah, thank you to all the special guests. Toby did all night switching in and out on the switcher. Gina did the switcher in here doing the live video, and that cannot be easy listening to my dumb butt speaking and not them.
And if
So-
you're still here watching, thank you for
Yeah,
watching.
Thank
our
you for
broadcast.
watching so much. All right, we're
Support like you.
yeah.
Whatever
Thank you so
media
much. We could end it now.
All right.
Cut it! Cut!
Cut it.
Cut the tape. Cut the tape.
Oh.
And wait.
Wait.